Hello, D&D world. This is D and Grimm, and we are here with another recorded session of a game. And I hope you enjoy. And here's my players.
Arcade. I'm playing a Warforged Death Domain cleric, and his name is Thorfinn.
Hey, I'm Garfield. I am playing a College of Swords bard who is a human variant, and his name is. Oh, one second. His name is Kai Silverstep, but he just goes by Silverstep.
All right. So as you're walking through a back alley, a hooded figure walks over to you. I have a quest for you.
Alright, so what's the quest? And what's the pay?
He reaches into his pocket robes and pulls out an amulet. This will take you a whole new place. It will be a way different than you're used to. It will take longer for you to heal. If you should take on this quest, the amulet will take 100 years before you can return home. The scales between good and evil are becoming unbalanced. It's up to you to fix them.
Oh, he would just say a quick prayer to his god Zeus, and then he would just be like, alright, let me see that amulet. I'm gonna inspect it real quick.
While you're inspecting it, a gentleman comes running up to you.
Hey, help me, please, help. Glad I caught you. Yes. And and this human variant proceeds to like very jerkily grab this warforged by his armored joints. Help
What is wrong with you, meatbag?
not being chased by some assassin noobs. Take me with you wherever you're going. I know you're going somewhere. Take me with you.
3 more individuals come running behind. Don't leave us behind!
Oh yeah, I'm taking looking at my bastard kids too. I promised them to solve them. If you leave now, I know I pay them.
So
Ah,
as the Warforged
alright.
moves his thumb, you can see behind the amulet an engravement of a lightning bolt striking a gear.
I'm gonna just be like, praise Zeus.
So you make it out as speaking the word thunder gear.
Speaking of word, what?
Thunder gear.
Thunder gear.
Thunder, like thunder,
Oh,
lightning.
under gear. Under gear. Okay.
Yeah, thunder gear.
Thunder gear. So I'm just gonna say that out loud
Yes.
and be like, thunder gear.
And
What's that?
as you do, as you say the phrase out loud, a flash of light flashes before your eyes, and you see a church before your eyes. It's the emblem of a crown lich skull on a black pentagram.
Hmm. I'm gonna just be like, what the hell?
The two soldiers in front of you jump back for a moment. Y'all there. Where did y'all come from? That was such bright light.
Oh, we stepped through the portal? Yeah,
Wasn't expecting this kind of a ride.
I wasn't expecting this kind of travel. Jesus. And the guy did say something was wrong. The quest would take 100 years. That's easily manageable for me.
Well, not necessarily the quest would take 100 years. It just takes 100 years until it works again. So you can take
Uh,
longer or you can take shorter.
okay. So I say the magic phrase and the gateway opens.
Well, a giant light flashes
Okay.
So you don't know if it's a gateway. You don't know nothing. It's just like snap of a finger. It's just like boom, and then your senses come to.
Oh, so you okay. Oh, so it's like instantaneous.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Fine. I hold on to. I pocket the amulet. Uh, in in my armor in a pocket. And I'm just like, all right, 100 years.
So you open your chest and place it inside.
Yeah, pretty much.
Whoa, man, what the fuck is that? You can open it. Yes.
Yeah, it's actually quite useful. Maybe you should give up your body and turn yourself into a warforged like myself.
I don't know, man. Like, can you do drugs in the Warforged?
The only thing that gets us remotely drunk is oil.
The two guards step into the each like step closer to you, and they say, "You there that stuck something in his chest. Can we see it?"
Nah, sorry.
Then move along.
Uh, but before we do, could you like tell us where we are?
You? Does it even matter?
Yeah, it kind of does. That would be nice to know. I don't
Right.
want to just run off somewhere and then have to meet uh, two of you again.
Then roll up persuasion.
Uh,
I would like to assist him by like gesturing like at him like he's got a point, man. After all, you don't want to see my ugly mug anymore, right? Am I right?
persuasion.
You just see
Alright,
him slowly reaching in, grabbing some manacles beside him, hanging off his belt.
that's a 6. I put in rolls. D20 plus. Holy natural 20. Holy crap. Oh. Natural 20, my friend. 30 degrees, my friend. Oh.
Let's see. So both of the guards just look at each other, and then one of them steps to the side, and then the other one tells you, "Well, you're in town Stoneclaw.
Stone claw. Uh, what's the political situation looking like in this town? What is it? Is it I don't know, a king that rules here, or a mayor, or what? What is the deal with this place?
To us, it seems like a bunch of women just rule."
Oh, so
Wait.
a matriarchy? Oh crap!
They both hang their heads down. Yeah, somehow they outsmarted us.
I don't see why this is a bad thing. I mean, uh, doesn't that make you guys kind of empowered, or you guys just miserable?
Do they emasculate you because they're in positions of power?
One of them just turns to his side, and the other one just doesn't say nothing.
How about this? You do your godly duties, and you escort us around the town. Take us to the sights, and we'll throw you some coin. How does that sound?
We are sent to at,
What?
at our post. These are our
Oh, gotta stay at the coast. I understand. I understand. I I'll take the hand of the Warforged and like attempt to tug him along, but don't do anything because he's way too heavy. And I look at him, and my head kind of twitches a little bit as I frown. Whoa, man, you're heavy.
Uh, yeah, yeah. You would think that though, right? Because I mean, I'm just solid metal. What? Don't you want to see the sights? Get some intel.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Let's head on. Let's see. Guards, are we on the main road?
Yes. Just keep going.
Thank you.
Left or right.
Where's the nearest tavern?
What?
Just ask him, where's the nearest tavern at? Kind of thirsty.
They tell you go to the left, and then you will see it on your left hand side.
All right.
You.
So, yeah, I'll walk with the human over there.
As he walks away, he will pull out his little harmonica and play a little happy toots.
Roll performance with advantage as your fellow band members are helping you.
I turned around to look in surprise. It's not as having expected them to meet in time. But kind of hang my head in the feet as I do roll this performance check. Let's see here. Yep, that's what that is. That's 9. That is that is a 28, my friend.
Well,
Wow.
everyone in the streets are having a little brighter mood, apparently.
Start throwing roses and shit.
So as you begin to make it to what looks like the tavern, you can see a skull upside down with booze dripping from its eyes.
That's adorable.
What do you think they call this place, man? Hey, I gotta know your name, man.
You could just call me Thorfinn.
Thorfinn? Thorfinn the Metal Man. That's funny.
No, no, not Thorfinn. Thorfinn.
Thor.
Thorfinn?
Yeah.
Dwarf? Like
No,
the
no.
T. T.
No, Thorfinn. Thorfinn.
Thorfinn.
Yes.
Ah, that kind of sounds like one of the drugs I've taken.
You could just call me Thor for short, if anything else.
Alright, Thor. Nice to meet you. I'm Kay.
Kay?
Yeah. Name's Kay Silverstone.
And what are you supposed to be he's like eyeing you up and down. He's like trying to figure out what you are. I mean, he knows you're a human, but he's just like he, he's looking at your clothes and it's just like it just doesn't match. Like what are you supposed to be? Like a class clown or something? What's with the deal?
No, you see, man, I've been so far out there, man. Let me tell you something, brother. All right, well, you have taken as many drugs as I have. The gladiatorial pits are freeze. Especially when you focus more on your more on your artistic talents for fighting than you really do for singing. It's just sometimes the drugs make me do really good songs sometimes.
Oh wow. At least this adventure won't be boring. And by the way, you said that some people were after you before.
Oh yeah, man. And yeah. What happened was, he reaches into his backpack and he pulls out this large bag of smallish mushrooms, and he's like, I managed to swipe this when the dude wasn't looking, but they kind of figured out who it was because they kind of tortured they tortured the barmaid for the information, and they kind of want the mushrooms and me dead. So my bastard kids are kind of helping. 'Cause I promised them a portion of the gold.
Is that what these people are? Your meatbag friends here?
Oh yeah, that's Jimmy, that's Shorty, and that's Jackie.
Oh, wow. Isn't this a big happy family? Oh, well,
You watch as, or the father of the children gets 3 kicks from his kids.
3 kicks from his
Yeah,
kicks.
like each one's kicking him in the shin.
That's what we see.
Well, you see, he feels, well, he feels one, but three ki- three of his children, each one of them are kicking him once, but only one is successful, and which kicks him in the nads, and the other two just just miss
Oh, Jackie, why?
because you called us bastards. We ain't no bastards. If we're the bastard, you're the bastard.
Well, you see, I never really married your moms, did I?
Just see
Well,
her cross her arms. Yeah,
I'll tell you what. If you guys keep that bullshit in the family while we're on mission, I'll be cool with that. But if you ever try to kick me, and he looks at them real fucking mean. If you want me to roll intimidation, I will.
yeah.
He just made me like, if you ever kick me, I'm gonna fuck you up.
Let's see.
I'm gonna see if they get intimidating.
Did you just threaten my kids in front of me?
I definitely did.
You gotta beat a 9.
Oh, no, what gives you the right to try to bully the kids that I personally enjoy bullying the most? And he like steps up and stands tall, and it's still only up to this giant Warforge's chest. And it still looks him dead on into his helmeted face and into his eye slits. And hands on his hips. One hand on his saber hilt, not actual handle itself, and then the other one cocked behind him. Sir, let me tell you something. Even though my rapier may be dull, it can still strike and pierce. And sir, let me tell you something. If you're going to try to intimidate my children, you're gonna have to do better than this. Because unfortunately for you, he like snaps his fingers and points at him and does the finger crossbows. I don't take kindly to that. And he's just gonna frown at him and intimidate him.
Oh,
Well,
I'm gonna have to be 18.
well, before you even get the intimidation off, your 3 kids grab you, or let's see, can they grab you? That's the question. Well, I'm pretty sure 2 of them can successfully grab you, and they grab you by your one on each arm and say, "Come along, come along. We want to go into the bar by now."
No, off, off, off. He like wiggles off and he like wiggles his arm. as he's like trying and pointing at the workforce still. As he's like, ever, soon of my children in a harmful kind of way, I will see you laid openly and mounted. I swear on it.
And if your kids ever kick me, they're gonna get fucked up.
But I'll make sure it's because I'm such a. You understand? Sabina.
You
I
can't.
will personally see. I just lay it out right quick. I'm just gonna be like, look, you care about your family.
Oh shit,
I,
yeah. I'm being dragged away. I cannot intimidate nothing looking like that.
I just follow. I follow them. Fuck it. I'm not even gonna say nothing. I just follow them with a straight face. I just follow them,
The
looking at them.
warlord steps off to the side and gets an actual laugh out, and it's pretty rare as he watches as this bar gets dragged by his kids.
Well, the man that was trying to threaten me, he sure is pretty weak. I don't mean to say that in a bad way, but you're kind of getting dragged by your kids.
Well, there's like three of them and one of me, so you do the math.
That's just easy. That's easy. Fuck it. Just go inside. I want something to drink before we try to figure out what that weird guy was talking about before we came here.
So as y'all step through the doors, hold on. As y'all step through the doors, y'all see two fireplaces against the wall, and the bar stand opposite of it. Benches and tables fill the remaining of the place, and four servants around serving meals.
Alright. I'm gonna walk straight up to the bar and I'm gonna sit down on one of the stools and I'm gonna be like, yo, bartender, let me get oil on the rocks.
The lady just looks at you strangely. We don't serve that stuff here. We don't even know what that is.
Alright, so give me the hardest liquor that you have.
She smirks. Are you sure?
Yeah,
How much gold do you have?
how much does it cost?
Well, need to make sure you're actually a paying customer.
I gotta make sure the price is right. So why don't you let me know what it is?
Well, then why don't you roll a persuasion on who wins on who gets price, who gets gold.
Alright.
To break the
Oh, yes. Yes, my friend. Yo, so what's the price though?
uh,
So yeah,
he
so what's the
smirks. She
price?
smirks and says 6 gold.
Okay, that's fine.
Her mouth
Alright, cool.
opens and drops. Are you sure?
Alright, how about this? You tell me what's the percentage of alcohol in this bottle? Is it 99?
She's like, it's strong
Oh,
enough.
okay. Oh, it's strong enough? Alright, cool.
So then she does a little hop and a skip and lifts up the bar. What is it? The bar? Where the half table, whatever you call it. And she closes it behind her, and then skippers off.
Alright, I'm gonna call, Garfield, what was your character's name again? K? K, right?
A silver step.
Silver Step. I'm gonna call it Silver Step over. I mean, like, first drinks on me. How does that sound?
That sounds really fun, metal man. Hey, do you care if I just call you heavy? Like heavy metal?
Fine. I don't have a problem with that. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but sure.
The kids,
Yeah.
the kids tap the warforge on. You hear three tings, 1, 2, 3, like a musical note, including us.
They don't kick. They don't kick you. They just tap you.
And like musical, it's like music because each it's a different part of you.
Yeah.
I'm just like, you guys can't drink.
Says who?
Bro, they're like in their 30s.
You guys look very young. You guys.
See,
Uh,
well, you kind of see, well, they kind of like shakes his head a little bit. Well, I'm a little bit of very human, so like things go weird whenever I like make love with other women, you know, like normal human women.
You'll hear a thud on the other side of the wall.
oh yeah?
Hmm.
Is that the way you rub my drink? Ah,
Hmm. Look around the. Okay, we'll look around the bar. How busy is the bar?
It's more than half full.
Hmm. He's going to look at his kids. Kids, work the crowd. Work the crowd. Come on. He snaps his fingers. Come on, you know what to do. Start up the band. Kick out the other players.
The lady comes out with the single glass and says, "Here it is. Anything else I can do for you?"
uh, yeah, I mean, well, it'll be, after I get my friend here to try this drink, I need you to tell me everything you know about this place, you know? Not the tavern itself, like, what this town is all about. Religious wise, politically wise, you know, you've got the time.
So she slides it over to the barn after her other hand still waiting for the goal.
He like picks up the glass and like sniffs it.
Do you pay?
Oh yeah, I paid already.
Alright.
Cool.
So, does the bar drink it or does he wait?
Let's see here. He's going to do what every good alcoholic does and drain it.
Alright.
Right.
So I guess that's a con save.
Yep, roll a con save.
Right.
Con save my day.
Yeah,
You watch. Wait, see.
that's 13.
You watch as he's barely conscious.
Now that he's busy, I'm sure the bar will be fine. I'm sure him and his family will think of something to entertain your guests while I steal you away for, I don't know, cultural exchange, we'll call it. I just got to this place, so I need to know what's going on.
So, you see the lady dust herself out. Well, I am the owner of this establishment. And. And we call it the Drunken Goblin. My name is Gala Blue Star. And, well, We're pretty much known for goblins disappearing.
So the town hunts goblins, essentially.
If you could say that. It's more of, I guess now it's a game. See, everyone's looking for a single goblin, but when they come back, it's always the wrong one.
Oh, so you guys just commit genocide to find one goblin.
We don't call it genocide. They all look alike, but then when you finally examine the bugger, once you decapitate its head, and, well, it just turns out it just goes in the pile.
Alright, we're gonna establish something real quick. How many did you kill?
Have we?
You kill green goblins?
Lots and lots of goblins. Didn't y'all see the big pile of corpse outside of town?
No.
He like definitely waves his finger and hand in the air. We can just like down the middle of town.
As you do, and you touch the glass, it rotates like a bowl, and you realize you just drank from a skull.
Oh, that's neat.
So you guys killed them by the droves, I'm guessing, since you said there's a pile outside the city. And Lord knows how big that pile is. So you killed them and then what? Use their what do you do with all the bodies?
Well, normally we just leave them out there, but you can only leave so much, and when the wind shifts, everybody holds their nose.
Okay. So you guys
So, I'm just like kind of like just burn them.
how much is the room? Do you guys have an inn around here?
Yes,
Or in here?
we do. The inn is to your left to the corner and walk 3 more buildings. You will see a sign with the emblem of a dreaming toe.
Alright. So there's an inn there. Do you have a governmental building? I don't know, like a guard barracks or like I don't know, a king's castle? I don't know how big this town is, man. I'm just, like I said, I just got here.
There's roughly 3,000 plus of us. And, well, the leader, her name is Yara Stoneclaw.
Oh, that's ironic, because the place here is called Stonefloor, huh?
Ain't that true?
Alright, so would you say that this lady is a king or
Just someone we look up to. I guess you can say a mayor or sheriff. Doesn't really matter. As one of the children fall from the table.
what?
I be careful. Don't break another arm, Jackie.
Well, you asked us to perform, and that's what we're doing.
No, I'm fucking sure. I meant fucking music.
As the other two fall down, being distracted.
Well, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate the information. At least me now know the structure of your town, at least. Uh, oh well. Is if we ever wanted to go visit your leader, could we do that?
I mean, it's possible. For the right price, for the right suggestions. Maybe I could put in a good word for you.
Alright, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna, to, if she has any work that her soldiers can't handle,
She'll just
she should not need me.
she'll turn around and grab the poster, rip it off the wall, and roll it up and hand it to you.
I take it, I unravel it, and I look at it. What do I see?
A goblin.
This is it? You're trying to find a goblin.
Exactly. As you
Other problems in this town?
as you
Besides
look
a goblin?
as you look down, the goblins were 1,000 gold pieces.
You guys spent all of your time for one goblin. That is
What
goblin
sounds new?
Well,
to kill a goblin.
what did he do? She scratches her head and tries to think back of how long it's been now. And then she asks, well, if my memory recollects, he was supposed to deliver some gold, and well, he failed at it. And he was trying to steal it.
Oh.
Well, from the looks of it, at the poster, it seems like he did steal it. It's not that he didn't steal it.
Oh, he was successful coming back here.
Was it all of it?
Yes, it was all of it. But it was the
Oh,
idea and the
well,
temptation that's worth that bounty.
do you have any other jobs besides this one? Is the real question.
So as you do, you hear a big don 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 on the door to your right.
Oh, shut up. I'm just like, oh my god, what is that? Who is that?
Then this gentleman with fancy uniform walks through and says, "We hear you have something shiny inside your chest. We'd like to see it."
Oh, they told their advice. And can't we stand up and walk over to what he assumes is the captain of the guard? This fancily dressed individual. And he'll stagger tremblingly over and like you pat him on his back. You do a wonderful job, you know. And sometimes, sometimes, you gotta think that you gotta think about all the times, man. That you gotta suppress the people. He waves his arms around. He's like pointing at the people in the crowd, and he's going to put on a little bit of a public speech. Like, how many of you, like, in your daily lives, looking at the Half Full Tavern, have been, like, harassed by this man right here? The one who, like, commands all these other guys, the one who tells you that you can't do this, you can't do this, don't piss pot out here or something. He, like, looks around gauging the response.
Everyone looks away, not wanting to get involved or punished for being with y'all, I guess you would say. Is that right?
Nobody wants to interact with you.
Yeah.
That's what's happening.
They don't want to take a side, because if they do, then it'd be association of working with you.
See? Look, they all quiet because they know I'm right. They don't want to say I'm right, but I'm right.
Kids, you should tell your father. I whisper in their ear. Get ready to fight.
The door to exactly behind you opens up now.
All right. I turn around. I stand sideways so I can see in front of me and behind me.
Yeah.
So I look behind me for a second to see what's going on over there.
So you see two more guards walking through the door.
What did you say? You said something about something.
Two more guards are walking through the door.
No, no. I was so then I
Oh,
turned back to the guy who said something about something being shiny. I mean, like, so what did you say?
Bard. Oh, you're talking about
No.
the noble, my bad. Uh,
Yeah.
he says, well, we heard you, did something weird to your body and, well, inserted something shiny.
Um, it is something I need to live, and no, no, you can't have it. I'm sorry, but it's not gonna happen. Just because I have to maintain myself doesn't mean that everything is shiny. Okay, you guys are being racist, racist to an object. I turned to my boyfriend. These people are being racist.
Oh, hell no. You can't be racist against heavy metal, man. Look, man, he's super cool. Like,
Especially Fortnite, God
all
damn it.
the drugs I've ever taken, right? And he was just kind of sat there and let me talk, man. It was great.
Roll. Where's acrobatics? Athletics or acrobatics? Warforged?
What?
Warforged? You watch as two guards pull out one of the guards pulls out a pair of manacles, and two of the guards try to forcefully put it on one of your wrists.
Oh, okay.
On my wrist?
No, the Warforged.
I rolled, but it's not doing anything. Don't tell me this pressure died.
Ah, so you are successful on one of your two hands being handcuffed, and then the guard handcuffs his own wrist. So you are now considered
Are
grappled.
you? So I turned, like, are you sure that you want to do this? 'Cause I mean, that's a nice arm.
Like I said, you're now grappled as you are handcuffed to one of the guards. As the nobleman just gets a big laugh, like, see? Things go our way, and everything will be fine.
Oh, I'm starting to realize the reason why you guys are looking for one goblin. I feel like this one goblin could easily fuck all of you over simply because you guys don't know how to leave well enough alone. Oh,
Kids, did you hear that? They're racist. Yeah, hit them with your words.
Oh, everyone roll initiative.
uh,
Already have the NPCs initiatives.
I got a critical 20.
Yep, which you add 5 to that, so it becomes a 27.
got 11.
Okay.
So wait, both of my hands are cupped.
No, just one. You're restrained. I mean,
So
you're grappled. You're grappled. You're
so
grappled.
I just have one hand. Right?
Yeah, you said one hand, but you're grappled, not restrained, because he didn't. The other one wasn't successful at grabbing your uh other wrist.
Alright.
Yeah. So it's like imagine it's advantage with both of the guards trying to successfully grab you, but at the same time it's not advantage because it's like each one of them are trying to do something different.
Okay.
Yeah. So
They don't have debt.
the drunken bard get. I already wrote their initiatives in there. They got.
Alright, cool.
Um, but the drunken bard gets to go first.
Alright. For his free action, he's going to tell his kids, make them feel bad with their words. As he is going to use vicious mockery to drunkenly call this man who is calling the shots a very poor excuse and emasculated man following the orders of a woman he can't look in the eyes.
Funny. Yes. Oh,
What is to say, please?
All right. Which one? The noble or one of the guards?
The noble.
All right.
I spell save DC is 14.
Mhm.
Alright. No. Here. And going to 3. That is 7 psychic damage, and he has disadvantage on his next attack.
All right.
As he feels bad.
Yep.
And then I would personally like to move really since I've been making my way up to him and I patted him on his back. I'm just going to move directly behind him and pants him.
Well, there's not enough room to go do that. To go behind
So
him. You can reach him, but
I would like to pants him.
you can try.
Alright.
That's your
Is that
strength.
a
Your strength versus my one or the other.
alright. Here we go. That's 14.
All right.
That's my turn.
All right. So as you pants in, it's
he must have some white trousers.
uh, the guard gives the help action to the gentleman in front of him, which he's a little more elderly than the next guard. He gives the noble also the help action. So it cancels out your disadvantage, right? Then,
It would.
then your bar child in the front, it's their turn. You can decide what they want to do.
Vicious mockery.
Which one?
Uh, this boy is going to vicious mockery the one that's handcuffed to the giant metal man by saying, "Hey, are you stupid, bro? You can't do anything. He's too heavy. You're stupid."
All right. So roll your
All right,
attack.
I gotta find second. This is up here. All right, +2. Oh. That's 5 psychic damage, and they feel stupid and embarrassed.
Yep.
Disadvantage on their next attack.
And then it's the one behind. Was that the end of their turn?
No, actually, they are going to immediately try to run to the exit.
It's blocked off by
They're
your other
going
child.
through the window.
Alright, roll a acrobatics. Acrobatics is dex, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Stop phone.
Alright. Just roll a d4 and they land on their feet.
Alright, they're taking some damage, but they're out.
They watch as the glass shatters in their elbows as they jump through the window and like ta-da! And then realize no one watched them.
Um,
At the or are they gonna keep walking or is that the end of their turn?
Uh, Actually, they will go to the front entrance and open the door. That's it.
The front entrance is blocked.
From both inside and out.
Yeah, guards are in literally the doorway of the left entrance, and your child's in the right doorway entrance.
Oh, okay. And they'll just hang out there.
Alright, keeping their head to the window. Is it done yet? Alright, so the one behind them, it's their turn to bark. Another child.
Alright. This one is a vicious mockery on the older looking guard.
Alright.
And they're going to say, "Hey, old man, what are you doing fighting? It's even a retirement home."
And roll damage.
5-second damage and they feel bad disadvantage on their next attack.
Yep.
They are going to attempt to let's see here. Revolve on one of the tables and hug the wall.
Alright. Is that the end of their turn?
Yup.
Guard 6 can't really do anything but go around. And that goes 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Seeing your kid outside. As the guard just badly misses. It's almost like your kid was still moving when they jumped out the window. Like,
Huggy Jackie.
let's see. Now it's the third bard's turn. The one standing in front of the warforge.
Oh yeah, that would be James. James, let's see here. Other than doing that, got something for James to do. Let's see here. He is going to cast Blade Ward on himself.
Alright. And which damage type do you choose?
Uh, um, since they are using swords, I assume, yes?
Spears, mainly. Unless you're talking about the higher ups.
Then he's going to Blade Ward against piercing.
Alright.
Alright, and he is going to move to hug the far wall as well.
If they do, they'll get opportunity attack
Ooh, that's not good.
twice.
That ate up its action. Let's see. Hmm. Bonus action. Dagger to a weapon.
Alright, offhand attack. So roll your attack and
Offhand attack called shot.
just roll your attack,
Aim,
and,
aim,
and then
and hard.
and then at the end will be just a normal D4.
Yep.
Let's see.
So that's disadvantage. Yes.
No, it's just roll the normal attack, and then it'll just be a D4 for your weapon.
Yep. Up, up, shoot you up. Up, shoot you up.
And as they
That's a bad miss.
as they hear a soft like change, in a pocket, it just rattles on this guy's chest.
Aiming for your weapon there, bud.
At the end of their turn.
Yep.
So the cleric closer to the counter, that's the Warforged cleric, it's their turn.
He's going to. He's going to cast blindness and deafness the on the guard that is holding me. That basically handcuffed himself to me.
Which one is it, blindness or deafness?
It's blindness.
Alright.
So he's gonna be blind. I need him to make a Constitution saving throw.
I see. This one. 15.
Got 18. 18. Where's my spell save?
12.
Huh?
12 for the cleric.
Yeah. So you pass.
Yeah.
Oh. That's a spell. And he's going to. Since his spell obviously didn't work, he's just gonna use his he's gonna use his mace to hit the guard that's holding me. And
Well,
he has
so they're gonna take the opportunity attack then. If they move.
they're gonna wait, they take the opportunity to attack if they move.
Yeah. This is the cleric.
Yeah, I know, this is the cleric. This is the one that's behind me, right?
This is the one that handcuffed you.
Wait, what?
This
The cleric handcuffed
no,
me?
this
Cleric handcuffed you?
no, this guard is the one that handcuffed you. This one.
Okay, yeah.
And this is the cleric.
This is my cleric.
Yeah.
My character, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Your NPC.
Alright, so
This is the NPC one.
oh, the NPC. Yeah,
Yeah.
so there's nobody behind him though.
There's this guard. This noble. They're both in front of him. If he moves, he gets 2 opportunity attacks.
Hold on. Wait a second. Hmm.
I hate to be
What's that?
can't see a map.
Yeah, I don't really see it either.
It should show it.
No, it's not. It's not showing it. We just see your icon. So,
Oh no.
uh,
Mm,
fine. He'll stay there, and he'll.
now?
He has an attack. He has a sword, and he has a crossbow. Okay, he'll just use the crossbow. Shoot the guard that caused me
Now?
from where he is.
Can you see it now?
Um,
No.
no.
Hmm.
No, but I can't see anything like that. No.
Okay, hold on.
Uh, 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock.
Now? You see it?
No, friend.
It's alright, it's alright. Fuck it.
Alright, well,
There's two guys behind
there's
two
two
guys.
guys to his left. One is immediate left and one is the north left.
And are those the two guards that are kind of behind my character?
No, it's the NPC cleric, not your cleric.
Okay, so then
So,
he'll just
shoot.
use his crossbow to shoot him. To
Alright.
shoot the guy, then me.
Yeah, the one holding you, alright.
Yeah. And,
Salting a map off.
Alright. So we'll roll. Their attack.
yeah, I'm attacking. Hold on.
Yep.
Ah, so 1d8. Just wanted to look up the damage thing.
Yeah.
Each plus. Oh my god. Oh my god. Natural 20, son. Natural 20 on that man. Holy,
Yeah. So just
holy fuck.
only roll the damage die, not the modifier.
Oh, okay, so 1d8.
Yeah.
That's a
Well,
crossbow.
it's 2d8, but yeah.
Hold it, my friend.
You
It takes 5 damage.
alright?
Dang. And shot his back. It's pierced. Ouch. That hurts, my friend. That hurts me.
So they begin to slunge forward. The car, they're bloody.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
that's it for the,
Yep.
that's it for the cleric. Yeah.
Okay. Now the guard that is bloody. Let's see. They're going to begin dragging you away from the group. Or let's see, 5,
They're trying to pull
And
me away.
yeah. 15. He opens the door. What?
You want me to like roll against that? They're
No,
trying to drop
no.
me off.
They can move after movement when you grab them. So
Oh,
yeah. So he opens the door, and then steps through. So right now you're just a human shield on most of the encounter, and that's all.
so what
What?
is he? Alright, so he's trying to kidnap me right now.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm copy. So just let me know when it's my turn.
All right. Then the guard that went around and blocking the door, he is going to give the help action to the wounded guard, and then he's gonna end his turn, and then guard.
Here's a question I have to ask. They're both touching me right now, right?
One's not touching you. One is reaching over the bar counter, helping the other one, giving the help action. So they can
Alright.
have
The
advantage. What?
touching me.
Yeah,
The bloody touching me.
yeah, the bloodied one is getting the help action.
Alright.
Alright, so the guard what the guard, that's stuck in the corner, he gives the help action to the guard in front of him, which is between the cleric and the guard. The soldier, he snaps his neck left and he snaps his neck right. The one in front of Garfield's bard. And then he, let's see, he swings at the bard.
Woo!
I remember he has the help action for the first. So here's the first for dirty 20.
Oh, that's gonna hit.
Mm, see, the sword comes slicing across from your side of your neck down to the side, cutting you for 9 damage. And then he goes to the paladin warforge and attacks him.
Okay.
Um,
Attack. Oh, that definitely fails.
Yep. So as he swung the wrong, like, so it's like he swung from right to left, and because he did that, he didn't get the opportunity to go from left to right with an upswing, because he swung on the wrong side of the, because he swung on against the bard on the right to left. So when he was trying to swing back, the bard just kind of just like grabbed his musical instrument and just blocked it and held the warforge. Make the soldier, the old man's balance. Like, you may not mess up his balance.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then it's your turn.
So the guy touching me, I'm gonna cast inflict wounds on him since he's touching me.
We don't have to roll.
I'm gonna sacrifice a second.
Is it a con, wisdom, or intelligence?
Huh?
What is it? Con, wisdom, intelligence, charisma?
No, there's no save for it. You just, I mean, since he's touching me, it hits. I don't have to make a hit roll. I don't have to hit him with it. He's already touching me.
Well, you start attacking then.
It says make a melee attack spell, but
Yeah, and then make.
it does.
You just gotta attack him.
Alright.
Yeah. Still got the attack. Alright, so you hit. Yep.
Alright. So since I cast it at a high level, he's gonna be taking an extra D of damage. So that's gonna be a not a D8. I'm bugging. Jesus. Another D10 of damage. My bad. Oh, 4D10.
Oh my
Take
gosh,
30.
you just overkilled the thing. You just watched.
Alright.
Wait, what? What?
Let me,
Hold on, but what kind of damage is it?
that's necrotic damage.
Okay.
Straight up. Oh, yo, I got the perfect thing. He thinks that he's gonna get away, and as he touches me, even as he grabs, he starts to slowly like turn into an older man, pale. He starts to turn into a zombified version of himself, and you can see his flesh turn into dust.
Pretty much.
Then, as a free action, I'm just gonna be like, "I told you not to touch me. I told you." So, since he turns to dust, is that handcuff off of me now?
Well, he doesn't technically go to dust, but the handcuffs still touched you with the arm and stuff. But the
Yeah, but
yeah,
you know,
you can use your bonus action and just rip it off his mangled arm. So you'll still have the handcuff on you. You'll just rip his arm off for your bonus action.
yep, that's what I'll do.
All right, so you've got a new piece of jewelry on you.
As a free action, I'm gonna turn to the guy that was helping his buddy before he departed this world. I'm gonna be like, how does it look on me? Does it look too small? Is it, you know, does it fit me well? As I like on his arm, I just like I make it look like a tie. I'm like, yo, does it look good on me,
Oh
son?
my gosh. You could still move.
Yeah,
You can
what
move.
his reaction? What does he say? Just gotta know.
He doesn't say anything. He's more horrified on his friend just getting slaughtered just by one attack. You know,
I mean,
he's like
oh,
maybe they messed up kind of look.
he's looking at his friend on the floor. I'll just be like, yo, I mean, you guys shouldn't put hands on people that you don't know. I mean, I'm just saying, that's your fault.
Yeah, like he's got some kind of weird disease. Don't touch him.
You
Can
can
I roll a deception check on that?
not yet, not yet.
Yeah, damn.
You can move 10 feet and still, or 15 feet and not get an opportunity attack. Because you can walk around him.
Yeah, I'll walk around him.
Alright. So you walk around him.
Walk, where is the tower bar? The one that was next to me.
Yeah, he was through the doorway. And then there's the other one on the other side of the bar counter.
Alright, so yeah, I'm gonna move around them.
Yep.
And if I move back a little bit, am I still gonna get opportunity attack or what?
No, where you're at, if you move, since you moved 10 feet, so pretty much you're stepping away from the door frame and sidestepping next to the soldier and then to his back. But it's like his left back, not his literally his back.
Yeah, okay. So I can basically like if I so sorry if I was to stab him, I can stab him in the kidney, right?
Yeah, well,
Essentially,
next
that's
round.
that's
Yeah,
the back.
yeah,
Okay, okay.
yeah.
Alright, I get that. Alright, well that's the end of my turn.
Alright, then it's the Paladin Warforge's turn.
What my pal?
He stands in front of the noble. To the right of him is the old man, and to the left of him is the a guard.
My good old paladin. What are you gonna do, Bucko? What should I do with you, Bucko? Hmm.
I think it has just something to do with holiness. Maybe a little bit of wrath of God.
He doesn't have high enough level.
You know what I'm gonna do?
Yeah.
He's gonna take his giant greatsword off of his back, and he's gonna attempt to cleave this old man. Um, see, him seeing that they had the audacity to put their hands on me and defile my holy robes.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, doesn't feel good about this. He is going to strike down this
Soldier. Yeah.
with his great sword. Wish him luck. Wish him luck on hitting.
Yeah.
D20 plus.
Yeah. Ah. So,
Yeah, he gets fucking runs.
so what happens is I need you to roll it again and roll a d6 after that. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, hold on, not 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. D8.
Okay.
Alright, so. 1, 2. So you watch as the paladin swings the sword because he's gripping with both hands, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you watch as he grabs the sword and he swings it, and it goes flying over the bard's head, out the window, and then the barmaid says, "Quit destroying my place."
Hey, as a free action, he's just gonna be like, it's not my fault that people break into your bar and attempt to kidnap people.
Bard, you saw that sword fly over, yeah, out the window.
Woohoo! Yeah, man, this is a fun, wild ride.
Is that the end of his turn?
Um,
Or does he make an offhand attack?
he's just gonna hit him with his fist.
Alright, roll. The same old man, right?
Yeah, same old man, you're
Yeah.
gonna punch him.
Alright.
You want me to roll?
Your,
Alright,
yeah, your strength attack.
okay.
And then if it succeeds, roll a d4.
First.
Nope. So you watch
Um,
as he begins to punch the old man, and because the bard blocked his attack earlier, it's kind of like he just punches the old man's sword.
that's cute.
And then now is that the end of his turn?
Oh, yeah, that's the other side, yeah.
Alright. So what's gonna happen is the let's see, 5, 10. The spy falls down prone and disengages from like the fight. Let's see, and he uses his bonus action. So it goes 5.
Wait, the what?
The noble he falls prone and begins crawling away by disengaging.
It's funny, it's because I danced it.
18, and then stands back up. Well, he uses his action to stand back up. And then he will proceed to go 5, 10, 15, and then it's the end of his turn. And then that gives this card right here. Let me see, 5, 10, 15, 20, yeah. Which gives this card. He's going. The guard at the very back door sees as the noble begins scurrying off, and then because they're surrounding your child, he's going to try to grapple. So you can use Dex or Strength of Acrobatics or Athletics.
Who's you trying to grapple?
The bard child. What are the guards children?
Oh boy.
For 18. Alright, he's successful. So then he drags him 5 feet back. As there we go. Then it's the next guard's turn. Where is it? Healed. Alright, so then he will attack one. Let's see. Will he attack? Will he run? Oh, he'll attack. He will attack. One, two. He will attack the paladin.
Alright.
So we watch as a spear lunges forward at the Warforged paladin, just missing. And then let me see. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. One of y'all roll a d12.
Me?
Either one of y'all, doesn't matter.
Oh, a D12. Huh.
Okay. I mean, we can play it off of 2. Alright, so a d2 and a d4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So roll, both y'all roll a d20. Alright. So you watch as the barmaiden grabs 2 skull cups from the counter and chunks them. One goes up to the soldier's head, and the soldier just blocks it. You know, the old man. And the second one goes to the child, the bar child, blocking the doorway. Just hitting them. Garfield. Roll a d4.
Okay.
So you watch as your child gets a cup upside their head, and then breaks, and then it's back to top of initiative. So imagine it's like the tavern brawler feed or whatever it is. You know, just things are getting thrown across the bar now. Which goes to the Garfield character Barn.
Alright, this is his natural element right here, the life of the party. And being the life of the party, since he got it started, he knows how to leave real quick. He is going to toot the emergency signal that his kids all know as the evacuate order to fucking leave town and regroup outside.
That's what you're doing for your action.
That's going to be his free action, just a quick toot on his harmonica as loud as he can,
Oh.
and then for his main action, he is going to step right up to the Warforged buddy, pat him up,
The paladin.
and go, oh no, not the paladin, the cleric.
If you do, you get opportunity of that. Oh wait, no you don't. No you don't. No you don't. No you don't. If you step forward to the swarm of bad guys, you can either step back, uh, to the behind the paladin, or you can step in front of the paladin into the mob.
Hmm. Well, let's see here. Here's a spry old man. Can he do head hopping?
Mm-hmm.
I would like to attempt for him to use his 45 feet of movement speed.
Are you going out the door then? Or a window?
No, he's not going out the window. He wants to hop across these people's heads to reach his friend that he made, the heavy metal man, the cleric one.
Oh yeah, you don't have to do all of that, but just getting an opportunity attack real quick.
Alright.
Because you got the L action.
Oh,
Here. Uh, let's see. For 30-20.
yeah, that's a hit.
Ooh. As you take
Okay.
9 out of, I think you got the last time 9. And
Yeah.
then you land behind the cleric warforge. And now what do you do for your action?
Alright. For my action, I would like to cast a spell. I pat him on the back, and I cast Enhance Ability on him.
Oh,
Alright.
gosh. Pretty good. Like,
Yeah,
oh,
What I give him is, let's see here. Okay, I'm not using third level. I give him the bear's endurance. The target has advantage on. No, wrong one. The bull's strength. The target has advantage on strength checks, and his or her carrying capacity doubles.
alright. So you have more of a chance.
In for an hour.
okay.
More of a chance. Now you have a chance to break that jewelry off.
Oh yeah, it's your chance to break on through everything.
Do you
Alright.
end your turn?
And for my free action, I would like to tell this cleric, hey, bud, I made it back over here. How you doing? Ow. I think I got stabbed or something.
Alright.
And that's turn.
So now the guard at the doorway. Let's see if he does. Ooh, he will stay. And will he help the old man? No, he will not help the old man. So, does he go for... Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh. He goes for the bar child. He walks straight up to her. And... Let's see, do we grapple or attack? Ooh, attack. 3 4 and 12, just barely hitting.
It will hit.
D8 of... Oh no, D6. For 4 damage.
My children, run!
Let's see. You got 1 kidnapped. And 1's stabbed. Man. Alright. Guard 2. What will they do? Will they help or run?
They should probably run away.
Yeah, but they run away, they're gonna be kidnapping your kid. And they're gonna stay. Okay. Or are they gonna help the old man? No, they're not. No one wants to help the old man now. I guess because he got some good swings off. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. So you watch, and the soldier weaves around one party, then the next person, then the next. Looks at Garfield's bar, and he begins to try to stab him.
Oh no!
Or
Oh no, my no!
I'm pretty sure
Oh,
it,
thank
it,
God.
it, I'm
Now,
pretty sure 22 hits, and you take 6 piercing, and he just gives a big smirk across his face. Now the bar child is got kidnapped. It's their turn.
all right. Well,
Remember the grapple.
let's see here. Oi, 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 oi. Well, they're going to give a Bardic die of inspiration, you
Alright.
know, to the paladin.
Alright. They can see them through the window.
Yes. To the Warforged paladin by crying, Metal Man, help the little me!
Alright.
So it's that is I believe it's a D4 at this level. Yes,
Yeah.
D4. A D4 added on top of anything they do as they try to struggle loose.
Let's see. Let's see. Oh, the guard says no.
And then, since she can't struggle loose, she's just going to insult him and his masculinity.
Alright. Well, at the end of their turn.
Yup.
Alright. So, bar 2 child, standing in the doorway, sees 2 guards in front of her. One in front and one to the front left. And their child being, or their sibling getting kidnapped. What do they do?
Alright. Let me just look something up real quick.
So, wisdom save?
Hmm. That's why I was looking at it, but yeah. Let's see. Let's see. This bard hasn't fought anything. They just jumped out.
No, the second one. The first one jumped out. First one jumped out.
Oh, this is the one that's on the table.
Yep. This is the one blocking the doorway for everyone to run out.
Oh. Okay. Okay.
Yep.
So this one is gonna do a vicious mockery on the one that is the one that is currently the closest to his father.
Kidoki, so to the left of her. Yep, left.
Yeah.
Alright.
This one's as they say, "Oi, what you doing picking on an old man?"
And they fail.
That's 5 psychic damage, disadvantage on their next attack, as they step out of the way of the doorway and out of it.
Well, if they step to their left, they won't get opportunity attack. If they step to the right, they will.
Alright, And if they step to the right, that's an open doorway, correct?
Well, they're already out the door. So they can either go one more forward and they walk into another enemy, or they walk to the left, they don't get opportunity attack. And if they go to the right, so it's right, but right or north, they get attacked. If they go
Alright.
left, they don't.
Alright. Then they're going to cut left and stay out of the range of the weapons.
Alright, so they're standing literally hands touching, trying to grab the other sibling.
Oh yeah.
Is it the end of their turn?
Yup.
Okie So, this being 6. So let's see, run away. He fights the old man. He does not. No one wants to help the old man anymore. After they give him advantage, you're like, we don't need it. Let's see, how does this go? One.
Easy. Plus now.
Yeah, so let's roll two. And a 1. So the paladin is getting attacked. The paladin report. And let's see. Does a 14 hit? I'm pretty sure no. Nope. Okay. Then we go to the next one, which is bar 3. This one is pretty darn scared. Because now she has 2 enemies, one in front of her, one to the right of her, and 2 spaces behind her.
The one that's currently being kidnapped and hauled away, yeah.
No, the third one, she's in the middle of the bar.
Oh, that's the one that has Blade Ward on her.
Yep, well, she did. It lasts for a minute though, yeah. Yep.
Oh, yeah. It hasn't been 10 rounds of combat yet.
Mm-mm.
Let's hope it doesn't last that long. Let's see. She can't cast a spell because of this concentration. But what she can do...
She can cast a spell as long as there's not a concentration spell.
Oh, that's Vicious Mockery.
Yeah.
All day, every day. Vicious Mockery on the one she can see that is currently carrying her sibling away.
You can barely see them, but yep, you can see them.
She shouts up in the distance, "Hi! Stop fucking taking my sister!"
Yeah, they got a 16, which pretty sure passes.
That is a pass, nothing happens.
Yep.
But, how far is that?
Oh, how far are they from the sister?
Yes.
Or the one kidnap? The kidnapper or the sister of the kidnapper?
From the kidnapper.
Alright, so 5, 10, 15, 20.
20? Offhand daggers.
Alright. And you watch as the dagger just hits the side of the door. Roll a... Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Roll a d5.
4.
So you watch as it lands behind her as it bounces back.
Pick it up, girl. Pick it up.
It's at the end of her turn.
That's the end of her turn, as long as she keeps away from the enemy weapons and keeps supporting.
Alright, so now it's the Warforged Cleric's turn. He has a guard to the front of him, a guard to behind him, a guard to back right of him, and in front left of him.
And feeling blessed by the strength of a bear.
and also the old man, which is in front right. Or everybody. Actually, no, wait, that's the wrong one. That's the paladin. That's good. My bad. It's the one in the front and one to the front right and one in the back right. And then the bard is behind the cleric. Okay. Okay. You hear me?
Yes. Are you talking to me?
Yeah. It's the
Uh,
Warforged cleric's turn. He has a bad guy. He has a bad guy in front of him, a bad guy to the front right of him, and a bad guy to the back right. Then you have Garfield's bard behind you.
um, if I move to the left, am I gonna take opportunity of attack?
If you move left, you're gonna get attacked by two guards.
Mm-hmm. How close are these guards to him?
They're all 5 feet, so
They're all 5 feet?
yeah, they're
Alright.
like I said, there's one in front, one to the front right, and one to your back right.
Alright, I'm just gonna take the opportunity of attack, so I don't give a fuck.
Alright, so what happens is you jump over the bar counter, and let's see if you're successful. Yep, they both fail.
They both,
They both
yeah, they
fail.
both fail.
So you watch, everybody just watches as the cleric warforged just somehow misses two spears being jabbed at them, and the warforged just jumps over the counter, and yep,
And as he turns around, he's gonna throw a alchemist fire flask at the net.
even at your
I
you
purchased it.
Even at me, bro?
at everybody.
Are you're standing at the
He's in the front. He's in the front right of you, and two spaces in front of that is your warforged paladin.
but I don't think it's that big though. I mean
It's
alchemist fire flask. Hold on.
It does splash, bro.
yeah,
No, it does splash. It's not that big.
it's like 20 feet probably. Double check.
To be an action though. Oh, it is up to yeah, the flask is up to 20 feet, shattering or impact.
Hold on, let me see something. 5, 10, 15, 20. Yep, even if you throw it out the window. Oh,
So the guys okay, well
5,
that's
10, 15, 20. You can throw it out. You can throw it out the door to the. You can throw it out the door, and then you can tell me what I have to do. It'll still hit.
uh fuck. Yeah.
10,
Uh
15.
next
Deck save?
no, not a deck save, hold on. Make a ranged attack against a creature or object, treating the alchemist as a improvised weapon. On a hit, the target takes 1d4 fire damage at the start of each of its turns.
Just roll
The
10.
cre-
Yeah, just roll 10 or
Oh,
higher. Because
it says
you're just throwing it out the door.
oh, okay.
Yeah, you're just throwing it out the door at the moment.
And since I gave him berry strength, how will that affect that?
As long as he doesn't get anything below it, then.
You're going to set my daughter on fire.
So either he's gonna catch everyone on fire, or he's only gonna get the nobleman on fire.
Okay, we'd be better off fucking burnt like a fucking raisin than what he is now.
Well, let's see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's see. 10 or higher with,
Check.
with the clearance. You want me to roll it?
Nah, I got it.
Okay.
220
D20.
plus
3.
4.
It's 3.
Oh, yeah, 3.
Yeah, it's the other clear. Why'd you roll
Well,
it? You don't get advantage. Oh, yeah, you do. You do from, from yep, from Garfield. So you lucky. So you watch as the flask goes out and then topples and hits the top of the door frame and then rotates all the way around. Like, you know how people do those coins on their finger? They go do with their finger. Imagine that with the door frame on the top, but it goes and then it flips up and then just splatters all across the ground.
Oh, it's fire time.
So, what do I have to roll?
It's not. It's not a save. It's what is it? Hold on. I'll go back to it.
Yeah,
The creature can this damage by using its action to make a DC 10 dexterity check to extinguish the flames.
alright. And if not, roll the damage, right?
No, it's just that's just it. There's nothing else.
Yeah, it's gotta be more than that.
Set on fire.
Yeah, what's the damage to it?
It's 1d4. I said that already.
Oh, well, then roll the damage of the 1d4.
1d4, 5 damage. Alright. So wait, I hit them.
Yeah.
Okay. So at the beginning of each of their turns, if they're still on fire, they're taking 1d4.
So
I just want you to know that.
that and breaking the inn you just caught on fire. Yep.
1.
Alright, so they take a minimum of 1 damage. So, alright, so
On fire.
it's how many feet? It's 20 feet. So we went 5, 10, 15, 20. We go 5, 10, 15, 20. Okay. 1, 2, 15, 20. So we get all of those. Let's see. So 16, 16, 3, 16, 8 plus 3, 8. So I remember one of them take a damage die. So the noble takes 1 fire. The guard takes, or the soldier takes a fire. It's the old man. The old man, I should say. Let's see. The 2 guards take a fire. Let's see. Mm, what's this one? Man, you really pissed off the
Tavern lady.
the tavern lady now. Alright, so what is the next thing you do?
My brain. Oh.
You use your bonus action?
You're super strong.
Or do you win your turn?
My bonus action?
Yeah.
Uh, No, he doesn't. Fuck that. He already moved. He
Yep.
really just had car flash.
Yep.
I don't really have.
All right.
I mean, I could check the spell, but no, no.
All
I'll
right.
save that for another time.
All right. Let's see.
I'm a turn.
All right. Does he stays? Does he attack? Or forge? Ooh, he attacks you. So the man turns to turns to his side and then tries to jab you personally with a spear.
Oh, my character.
Yes, for a 14.
And
Alright, so then it would be the end of his turn.
he
Uh,
tried stabs his comrade's hand instead.
eh, yeah, the shackle. I
Right.
think this is the one with disadvantage. So let's see. One, yep, this one fights. Is this one? Let's see. This one, two, three, one. Alright. Plus 3, 14. And so the bar child that has resistance gets stabbed. And
Woohoo! Half damage to
okay,
one.
yeah, but I don't know, what is it? Do they consider that bloody? Oh no, they don't. So they take piercing, and then we go to the next one, which is the soldier. He will. Let's see. Which one. He will fight. Who will he fight? Uh, it kind of blocks. So I guess he's only down to the paladin. Do, 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 do. Was the old man walks up to the paladin and is it? Yeah. Alright. 20 hits and
Wait, what did you get? 20?
and 18. They both. Yep.
Oh, no.
They both hit.
Oh, no.
They both hit the paladin one for 4. Let's see. For 13 damage. 13 slashing damage. And let's see. Which makes them become bloodied as the Warforged uh begins to slunch over and looks like he's slowing down a bit. Alright, then it is your turn. Glenn, Arcade.
Alright. Let's see.
So you have the guy to your right that tried to stab you in your back, or you can proceed to go right still, and then you have to go around the bar. Either
I'll use a bonus action to use healing word on my paladin.
all right.
1d4 plus my spellcasting ability modifier, which is a wisdom is my spellcasting ability. Sanity. Spellcasting ability and wisdom. So why don't you give me what I need, Bucko?
Mm,
Okay. 3. So that it's 1d4 plus 3.
um,
1d plus 3. You get 6 health back.
alrighty.
Um, and as for my action, so there's a guy in front of me, huh?
Yeah, or to your right. He's to your right, but he's still in front of you.
And you're strong as fuck, bro.
Yeah. Um, I'm gonna, I'm gonna hit this man with my mace, and I have I don't know if this works. Let me see. I did prepare a spell on my mace. I have, uh, it is bestow curse prepared on my mace. So when I hit this man, it might hurt. I don't know.
Yeah. Also have to roll d4.
2d20 plus my strength.
Alright.
2d20 plus strength. It's modifier is 4.
Don't forget your proficiency.
Oh, yeah, that's right. So it's 5 plus, yeah, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9. Oh, so hot. That's basically a modified 20.
Alright.
Modified 20 to hit this man at least.
Yep.
Please.
Yep, it is.
So it hits and bestows first in effect. Man gets hit on with the curse. Uh, he has to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okey-dokey.
Wisdom saving throw, my lord.
A 14.
14.
Yes.
Um, I mean, it doesn't pass, but it doesn't fail either. It's like right on the money.
Yeah, so he he still it has got attacking. Attacking still hits. I think it still hits. Yeah,
Still hits.
I think so. Whatever. So he's got a curse on him. What's the curse do?
The curse, choose one ability score. While cursed, the target has disadvantage on ability checks and saving throws you made with that ability score. While cursed, the target has disadvantage on attack rolls against you. While cursed, the target must make a wisdom saving throw at the start of each of its turns. If it fails, it wastes an action that turn doing nothing. While the target is cursed, your attacks and spells deal an extra 1d8 necrotic damage to the target. Uh, yeah, that's basically it.
Oh,
uh, so for the ability score that I want to choose, whoever curse on is
Mhm.
going to be his Constitution.
Alright.
And he'll take a. Let's see. Yeah. So he's gonna take a 1d8 of damage. Extra 1d8 anyway. 1d8. Oh no, it gives me a 1d8. Okay, so then it's. My mace is a 1d6. 1d6 plus 4.
And then
1d6 plus 4. That's the first damage. That's 8 damage. And then for the extra d8, 1d8. And boom. 8 damage. So 16 damage in total.
alright, so you watch as he falls over.
As a free action, I'm gonna be like, well, that was adorable. You guys really tried. You guys really tried. No wonder why the women took over. You fellows are very weak.
Do you proceed to move uh
Oh,
forward to the next one?
there's another guy next to me, right?
You
Another one.
have to go forward one and to the left one, so 10 feet.
Oh, I'm gonna move to my left. 15 feet.
Well, to your left is Garfield Bard, and that's 5 feet. After that, you're blocked.
Alright, so 10 feet, I guess.
Alright, so after that, you can either go out the door and get opportunity attack from 2, or you can wait where you're at.
I'm gonna wait where I'm at.
Alright. You win your turn?
Yeah, that's it for me.
Alright, now it's the Warforged Paladin. He is surrounded by 5 bad guys.
5.
Yep.
Um. Uh, hold on. Hmm.
He's no longer bloodied.
Yeah, no. Uh.
He also has Bardic Inspiration.
Oh, so he has extra d6.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, cool. Um. He's gonna pick up a table and he's going to use it as a weapon. Target.
Still just alright. So you can just grab a table leg and then use it as a club. So, which one are you gonna attack? The one behind him, the one behind to the right of him, in front of him, or front left, or the old man at the front right.
Uh. Old man at the front right.
All right. Roll your attack.
Yes. With this man.
Uh-huh.
Club. Club is a d6, right?
Yep. But you gotta roll the hit first.
1d6 plus 10.
Don't forget to add that extra d6 on your roll after you get it.
Yeah. D20 plus 4.
Yeah, roll it.
Nope. Even with your rolling, it won't work.
You know.
5.
So now you watch as the old man just pretty much steps to the side and just begins to laugh like y'all insulted him and you couldn't even hit him with a chair or a table. Dinner table.
So.
You could try again.
Since he, yeah.
Yeah.
D20 plus.
4. Nope.
Hey, that's the same fucking shit. Trash.
Do you end your turn?
Fucking. I take an opportunity attack. He's running away.
Which,
Fuck that.
alright, so he's gonna take, which way is he going? Out the window or over the counter?
He's going over. Fuck the counter. He's going through the counter.
We can't
Fuck.
because you're a cleric. Your cleric is blocking. So that's what I'm saying. You can't go through. He's to, oh,
Huh?
it's go to the left of the cleric or right of the cleric.
Right.
Alright, so let me see how many attacks this is. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so you're just gonna get all 5 attacks. Yeah, buddy. One of them's at disadvantage, so. You roll 4. D20. Actually, 3. Hold on. It's plus 3. Okay, so yeah. 4 plus 3. And let me roll disadvantage for the second. Okie dokie. So, 7, nope.
Nope. 17 doesn't.
13, nope. So they all miss. So somehow that inspiration gave him the courage to get past 5 swings. And everyone's mouth just drops. It's just like,
Going to save a girl that's in danger.
he's running the opposite direction of the girl.
Oops.
Oh yeah, he's like, fuck this shit. There's 5.
It's her for help that inspired him, and he's just like, yeah, nope, I'm gone.
There's, yeah.
Don't worry. There are 2 warforged to see what's going down. It's okay.
Do you end your,
We'll get you.
yeah. Do you end the turn?
Yeah, he's out.
Alright, so what does he do? Does he handcuff? No. Does he help drag away? No. Does he run away by himself? No. He's not doing nothing. He's not doing more. Is he gonna get the help? No. Let's see. What can he do? What can he do? He can range attack.
Does he touch cry?
Oh, range attack. Alright, range attack. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, wait, no, it can't be because the window's broke. He's blocking. 1, 2, 3. Wait, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, 5. Alright, so he's going for the bar that has resistance. Let's see. 4. Ooh, it hits. 6 plus 2. As she falls down. Let's see. Okay, that's more. There's always two, 3. Yeah, so you watch as it bullseyes her right in the kid's head and goes perfect and just falls down.
Wait, kid is dead?
Yep,
One of my kids died?
yep, straight to the chrome of the head.
Damn.
Is that the daughter?
Oh, that was Frankie.
Frankie got fucking shit on.
Yeah, he did.
That's okay. I'll just bring him back and you can have him again. He just won't be the same.
Hey, with the trick he's done, he probably wouldn't know.
Alright, so it's the guard's turn. And this is the one with kidnap. Do they handcuff now? No. Do they proceed to leave? No. Does he... Non-lethal. Yes. Non-lethal. So,
They beat the shit out of her. I've noticed not only are they say they rate this, but they sexist too, yo. They only capturing the woman.
yeah.
Elevate her above themselves. I feel like this whole town is like white knighted, big time.
Right? I kind of feel like all these guards have something to prove, so that's why they're trying so hard right now, right? Because they've their dignity. Right.
It takes two to the face.
And they're getting shit on too.
Damn.
It takes two non-lethal to the face. Alright, so... That is the next one. And do they run? Do they get the help? Do they attack? Alrighty. So, uh, 1, 2, 3. Alright, 2 it is. So, Mr. Paladin.
Yes.
Let's see what he's going for now. The vicious lasts until the end of the turn.
Yes. You know what the cursed one?
No, the other one. That one died. The vicious mockery lasts until the end of the turn or beginning of the turn.
Oh, yes.
The vicious mockery, the disadvantage, only affects his first next attack.
Oh, just his first next. Okay. Well, then he got that in his reaction. Well, he got an 8 and misses. He misses the cleric. He can't just get over the counter and hit him. Now we go mystery roll. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Because y'all are destroying stuff. So both y'all roll D11s.
D11?
Yeah, because... Woo!
11.
Cleric's getting something done here. Roll D4.
Uh,
2. Alright, now what about you? You rolling it?
Oh, me?
Yeah, D11.
Roll a d4?
No, D11 first.
D100. Okay.
Now, 11.
D11.
Yep.
D11. Oh my
Alright,
goodness.
let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Roll D4.
Got a 3.
Alright, so the paladin gets a bottle smashed on their head as it flies through the bar. And one of the guards also gets hit upside the head. And then now the inside of the bar is starting to get harder to breathe.
Not for me.
Well, not for you, but
Oh, I'm really sitting there like, yo, this is fun, kind of. Huh.
if you stand next to a window, you don't have to worry about it at the moment. Hold on. Alright, back to the top of initiative. Mr. Bard Gar, your turn. As you begin to watch as the flames are going inside, making it harder to breathe. And there is a gentleman to your right, a gentleman to your front, and your kid with an arrow stuck in their head. Or a bolt, really, it's a bolt. You touch a creature. It's 8 plus. Alrighty. So, roll that.
Oh yeah. Plus spell cat. Oh yeah. Oh, I fucked it up.
Oh,
Hang on.
sounds good. It doesn't matter, your modifier is good enough.
12.
So you just hear a big gasp. And then they begin touching their face and then freaking the hell out.
Leave it there, leave it there, leave it there, leave it there. Get back in the fight, kid.
What do you do for your bonus section?
For my bonus action, let's see here. Mm, well, I think it's time for him to pull his weapon. He pulls out his rapier and jabs at the nearest enemy.
Alright, so to your right or to your front?
The one that has been dealing the most damage to my cleric warforged friend. The one that has been already hit with a vicious mockery.
Alright, in front of you.
Alright. 2, 5, and because of the class I have, use my charisma instead, which I'm going to do. 19.
Alright, just roll your weapon dice.
Yep. I just can't do it for damage, just for attack rolls.
It's 2 damage. This is your bonus action. Okay.
And
And what?
the, I also have my extra attack.
Well, if you casted a spell, I don't think it works that way.
Oh, that's right. Oops.
Yeah.
Yep, spell, bonus action, that's it. I had to attack, and then attacked again, and then bonus action cast.
Yep.
Oh, it's time.
Alrighty. So, now it's the guard's turn. Lead. Alright, so it's gonna go out the window, giving opportunity attack for Arcade and the Bard Kid, but all those attacks. Yep, just know she's prone. Okay. And what about you, Warforge?
Oh, me? My character?
Yeah, opportunity attack.
I'm getting opportunity attack or them?
No, you are.
I'm getting opportunity attack. I'm not running away though.
No, you're doing the opportunity attack, or you can hold your reaction.
Um. Uh. Hmm. I'll do the opportunity attack. I'm gonna. I have inflict wound prepared, so I'll
Alright.
just hit him with a little smack dab, smacky blue dab in his face. I don't know. Fuck it.
It's your mace. Roll that mace. Roll that mace.
I'm just gonna fucking hit him.
Yeah.
Huh. Strength plus efficiency. That's 4, 5, 6, 7.
Alright. Roll damage.
Alright, so that's gonna be the. I can't. Mace, that is. I can do 6 plus my strength. 4.
Alright.
That's 8 on the mace, and this is the inflict wounds damage. 25.
Alright. So, as the bar child sweeps down and cuts the back of their ankle, and you just go smashing down like a pancake on them as
Oh,
their chrome just gets caved in, and then the rest of it gets swallowed by darkness.
perfect. That's exactly what to do for that. Fucking. As soon as his head gets crushed, and the darkness comes out of the mace, or just it'll just eat his body. There will be nothing left but bones.
Alright.
That don't mean you can be you can do crazy things with dark things. Oh my god.
Okay, okay. So what happens is, the guard. Wait. Let's see. Okay. So the bard guard in front of you, to your right, I should say, is giving you opportunity attack. Maybe you should take it.
Okay.
No, not you, because you used your reaction. Oh, yeah. If you choose.
Lose 2 of
Alright, roll damage.
Oh!
That's a good chunk. Now he's bloody.
Ow! Don't take me back on me, status!
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Okie Now let's see, what does the bar child do? The one that's grappled?
The one that's grappled?
Yeah.
Well, she is going to buddingly inspire the well, since she saw the paladin really bite fuck up real hard. Okay. She is going to particularly inspire the paladin.
Again?
Yeah, yes, again. She is crying for help for anyone at this point, but desperately crying for the help of the from rental car.
Alright.
Alright, so that's 26 for her. And she is going to, since she's no longer fighting with this individual, since they have her grappled and detained, and she's not stabbing
Well,
or fighting.
she's not detained. She's just grappled and getting punched. Unconscious.
Oh, she's actively being punched unconscious.
Yeah.
Oh, she's going to cast Blade Ward on herself,
Alright.
and
Alright. Is that the end of her turn?
uh, uh, since it's an action to cast it, yeah.
Alright. Bard 2 child is standing in front of Bard 1 child.
Alright.
She can go to the right one and then attack the gentleman that's holding on to the sibling. Or she can go to the left one and begin attacking the guard or noble.
She's going to attack the one holding her sibling.
Alright, so she's gonna go to the right.
Yep.
Alright.
Give me just a second. 820 plus. Yes. Yes, friend. Oh, no, friend. Bad friend.
Mm-mm.
So she is going to use her left feet.
Alright.
Oh, nope, that's even worse. Stabbed her own, her
Alright, so roll it again.
Alright.
So you watch as it stabs herself.
Oh shit, oops. It's good thing I only gave him daggers.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then becomes bloodied from it.
Nope.
Is that the end of her turn?
She tried stabbing that dude with her main action, so her offhand action is an offhand fight.
Yep.
Oi. Do it, baby.
Well, I think you already did it.
Well,
Well, you already did it because your first one was,
oh well.
yeah. What was it again?
It was vertically inspired, attempted stab, critically failed, and then offhand stab.
Yeah.
But it's failed.
Mm-hmm. So you either move or hold or just stay where you are.
Well, if she moves, she takes the opportunity to attack, correct?
Yep.
I guess she's gonna stay where she is. Keep this man from moving away from, from actively punching her sister.
Alright. What does it do? What does it do? Okay. Three. Watches a guard walk beside the two bars, and then right up to the Warforged and tries to attack him.
That's 2 opportunity attacks.
No, not yet, because he's still in there.
Oh, he's still in the threat range.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep,
He,
yep.
he took a 10-foot step.
Yep, not yet. For 16, does a 16 hit you?
Hit me?
No, the Warforged.
Which one? The cleric?
You.
Yeah.
You personally.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, so. Yeah.
Alright. That's the end of Easter. Bar 3 is prone and gets up. What does they do now?
Well, they've gotten up. Shit has gone from bad to worse. And their dad needs some healing.
And they also need to make a con save, being in the smoke.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's great. The bar's on fire and they're all fighting to the death. I love it. Alright. So it's straight. Oh, okay. Ah, nice.
So they take 2 smoke damage.
Okay.
And they become bloody.
Well, hmm. Well, number one priority: get out alive.
You can have them go backwards, right, 5, 10, 15, 20, and then jump out the window. And they won't get opportunity attack.
Yes. And on the way through, they're going to cast Healing Word on. Let's see. Who's work left up? Grimm, you good?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Your paladin good?
Let's see. Paladin is just above bloodied.
Alright, and my 3 kids.
And your second child is bloodied.
Alright. Well, I'm not ready yet. I can take one more, so that healing word is going towards them.
To the second child?
Yeah.
Alright. And then after that, I'll need a dex save.
Yep.
Or
so
not.
they heal.
Or actually, it's it's dex, not acrobatics. Acrobatics. And they heal for 3. Oh,
And naturally.
perfectly. So no damage. They just open the window and leave it open. So they don't even need to break it. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. Alrighty. It's at the end of their turn. Or do they proceed to keep going? Let's see, 5, 2,
They got 5 feet.
25. Oh wait, no, they're out of movement. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Yeah, because they're full trade. So 30. Yep. Never mind. So they're out of movement. That's unless they can't do nothing. That's it. They still got their use their bonus action to heal their movements. They still have their action.
From the outside, see the one sister on the ground. Shit beat out of them. They take exception to that. They're going to go ahead and throw a dagger at that person.
Oh, Okay, but the DC's gonna be higher because there's a window didn't get broken out yet.
Yep.
Nope.
That is a note. That is that girl's second lucky point.
1, 2.
Damn, girl. Got this. No, you don't. This.
Let's see. 1, 2.
You worthless whore.
See, just watch as it gets stuck into the backside of the bar counter and just
Damn.
falls down. So it's the clerics, the Warforged cleric's turn.
Um,
Your
You.
NPC.
yeah, I'm gonna
Mm.
hit. I'm gonna hit one of the guys with the crossbow.
What are you gonna go for? The old man, or gonna go for the noble, or you're gonna go for behind the guard is another guard.
So where's the noble? Where can I see the noble at?
He's out the window, aiming inside aiming in the direction of the bar.
Oh, so he's not out at the window yet. He's at the window.
No, the noble's outside.
Oh, okay.
He aimed a crossbow earlier and shot one of the kids in the face.
Oh. Oh. Okay. How many bad guys are left, by the way?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh.
Except for one. We only killed one.
Yeah, I'll kill 3.
Oh, I didn't know that. Damn.
Yeah, Glenn's killed. Glenn keeps killing them. Or Arcade. Arcade's just smashing them. Hulk smash style. Yeah.
As a free action, this cleric is gonna be like, how dare they do this to us, holy members of the church? Heathens! Heathens! And then he shoots one of the other guards.
Alright, so
Whoever,
yep.
I don't care who it is. He's just gonna shoot somebody. He's
Alright.
gonna shoot one of the.
Well, then roll D2 for a guard.
Shoot the one that I emasculated.
Alright, now roll your attack.
Yes, he shoot guard. 220 plus 3.
So as you watch as the crossbow begins to get fire, the guard steps in front and takes the shot, making it miss.
Oh, so he just takes damage.
Well, he doesn't like take it, but he uses the shield to block it.
I'm about to say, I've never seen such dedication like that before. I'm damn. How close is this man?
Right in front of your face. To your left. He's on the outside of the bar.
He's within 5 feet of me?
Yeah, he's literally right on the other side of him. He's in front of the guard, and he's in front of you to your left. Well, not you, but your NPC you to your left.
Alright, so what's gonna happen?
Right. Well,
he's gonna be screaming.
Yeah. So you're gonna either get the one in front of you, or you could do something.
He's like me. That means he has. Make the Reaper. One necromancy cantrip of your choice from any spell list. So fuck it. If he's right in front of him, he's going to cast inflict wounds on this man. He's gonna give him a nice old pat on the shoulder.
Did you use your main action to shoot him?
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, good. Uh, there's another. Uh, I didn't use both of my attacks yet, did I? No.
Well, that. Let me see.
Oh,
Cleric, Cleric only gets one attack. They got advantage against poisons and immunity to disease. Let's see. Didn't really have anything else.
well, I have a bonus, but um, yeah, I don't really know what to use healing word on anybody for. I don't know if anybody is like.
Yeah. Yeah.
Alright, so there's a action. I'm gonna cast healing word on Garfield's bar.
Alright.
Yeah, all the heals.
1d4 plus is broadcasting modifier, which is wisdom, and this wisdom has a plus 2, plus 2, 2, 3,
Yep. Let's do.
1d4 plus 2. You got 4 health.
Thank you.
Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah, that's the end of my turn, yes.
Alright. Mm. So the guard next to the old man begins coughing for his turn, having much difficulty breathing. At the same time, he the fire on his body begins to get stronger across him, turning him bloody. And so you're watching this man cook alive as he's coughing to breathe. Uh, the old man he also will begin coughing and choking and also can't breathe.
But
Hmm, let's see. Alright, so we roll 3 2 7, and he becomes bloodied. So pretty much think of it like Tosha's hideous laughter, but they're just laughing because instead of laughing, they just can't breathe. Now it is uh Arcade's Warforge's turn as he's watching his two people cannot breathe to the left of him, and there's a gentleman in front of him, like literally in front of him.
so 2 of the people that so I see me, my character sees this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say as a free action, you boys need to get the hell out of here. I can handle this.
You gonna attack?
And
Mm-hmm.
huh?
I was gonna ask which one you gonna attack.
Well, I'm not attacking it. I just said as a free action, I'm gonna tell the boys that they have to get out of here.
Yeah.
Handle this. As for the who's next to me? What enemy is next to me?
There's a guard in front of you, but behind one bar two child. Or they're not really a child, but
Alright, so I'm gonna step to the right of the bar child, so I can get a good hit on this guy.
mm, alright. So you're gonna swing to a backswing and hit this person.
Yeah, hopefully inflict wounds will just kill him. Hopefully.
Yeah.
I'm prepared to sacrifice another second spell slot. You know what? Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Fuck it. If I hit this man, oh boy. I'm gonna give him a nice little hug of death.
Nope.
No. No.
Bad a miss. Try and bonus action. Oh wait, yeah.
Bonus action? I don't think I have a spell to actually do with you.
Alright.
Said, hold up, that was Glenn's character, right?
Yeah.
Advantage.
That's
Oh.
right. Right. So I'll roll again.
D.
Each one, two, close. Fine. Hopefully I pass.
Nope.
Alright. Okay. What spells do I have as a bonus action? Let me see. Let me see. Um, uh, my bad. Give me 1 second. I know he has bless, but it's not a bonus action. It's an action. Um, no, I'm just gonna end my turn there. I don't have any bonus action spells, or at
Alright.
least I don't think right now.
Then it's the Paladin Warforge's turn. With the guard next to him. He's got to attack with the club table.
D20 plus 4.
And you have Bardic Inspiration, which is
I just rolled it.
a D6,
Right.
a plus D6.
I'll just roll it afterwards.
Alright.
That's an act.
Yep. So roll
And then
the.
I'll on top of that.
Yep.
That's a 3.
So you roll the
So,
club with the 2D.
36 plus my strength.
Yep.
That's 8.
Yep. Oh, well, it's actually, isn't it? Yeah. Well, okay.
8 damage.
So you.
I mean,
Yeah.
did that again? I don't know.
Yeah.
Before I could just. Oh, I don't know.
Let's see.
I'm
I know.
undecided.
Just seeing something.
You can tell I don't use paladins because I have no idea how to use paladins.
Well, right now they don't have nothing until level 2.
I'm trying to see if I can bonus action spell or something like that. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
See,
Bro.
So he watches the chair breaks across keep taking this person out.
Oh, I knocked somebody out. That natural 20 knocked someone out?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Both gone.
So
Well, shit.
now, yep. So now you can use your movement.
Use my movement. Who's surrounded? Am I surrounded again?
Not you're not really surrounded. It's everyone's already running out the building. The ones that can.
What Paladin is gonna do?
Mhm.
He's going to grab the. He's gonna run, grab the kids, and try to make for an exit.
The kid's already out the door.
The kid's already at the door.
Yeah, the kid's already been out the door. One kid's chasing after the other kid being dragged away, and the other kid's just pointing and laughing like sucker.
Okay, well, shit. Who else is in here? The Lord. The
So
Lord is already out. So fuck it.
you have the Lord outside. You have the old man dying and catching on fire. You have one of the guards. He's choking and dying and caught on fire. And then you have Garfield's bard inside. Then you have the owner of the bar, pissed off like hell, getting her attacks ready to start throwing some more shit to get y'all out.
Alright, so then I'm gonna have the paladin grab Garfield Bard and get him outside. Straight up.
Does he willingly go?
Do you really? Yeah, okay, so
Alright, so we
let's
go
walk, grab
20,
his back and use movement to try to get you outside.
20, 25. Wait, no. 16, 15, 25. So all he does is move on 5 feet. And then that's because, yeah. And then after that is the end of your turn?
Yeah.
Alright. Noble string. Alright, and he doesn't take no more fire damage. And does he run away? Yes. So, 5. And what? He would give one of the children he would give the grappled one opportunity attack. So it'd be disadvantage.
Yep.
Five, 6, 7. Nope. And well, then they're going 5, 10, 18, 20, 25, 30. Alright. Then Lord. Does he follow? No. Yes. Check. Nope. Does he hold restrain? Nope. Not restrain. Does he save his comrade? Nope. Take the fire out. No. Does he make the fire bigger? Yes. Yeah. Yes. So what he does is he throws his shield on to in the doorway, making it difficult terrain. Oh, just making he's building up the fire. And you
Alright.
now roll the. Let's see. 1, 2, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Roll 2d5s. Full deal.
3d5s.
Well, one. It's like one for one, one for the other. So 1d5, 1d5.
Okay, 1d5.
Yep.
Window.
Alright.
4.
1, 2, 3, 4. And roll d4.
Wow.
Both. D4. Arcade D4.
Alright, go ahead and D4, bro.
I did.
Yeah, you roll.
Another one?
Just a D4. Just a D4. Alright, so
Alright.
as the bard is being dragged out the door, two glasses get thrown at his face, but I need to see something. As he watches as one of them was alcohol being splattered onto him.
Now, fuck me.
Now it is the bard's turn.
It's my turn.
Yep, taking 5 damage so far.
Prestidigitation to extinguish myself.
Well, you weren't on fire yet. You're just cleaning the alcohol.
Yes, I'm cleaning it off of me because that's flammable.
How long does this spell take?
That is a cantrip. That's my bonus action. For my main action, the person that's closest to me that's still hostile.
That'd be to your, because you're being dragged backwards. So to your right is the old man and the soldier.
Alright, well, I'm gonna go ahead and stab the. I believe the old man is the one wounded most, right?
They're both about the same.
Alright, I'm gonna stab the soldier.
Alright.
Ooh, oh, that's 10.
You have advantage because they are, like I said, like imagine it's instead of laughter and they're coughing.
Oh, so they're literally prone.
More or less, yeah. Alright.
Fucking then. 22.
Roll damage.
Eight.
Alrighty. You watch it.
X.
Yep. Let's see. So he dies. Let me see. He falls over. Just not twitching.
Alright, good.
Alright. Do you use your bonus and attack the old man?
No, I'm going to use my extra attack to attack this old man. I use my
Okay.
bonus action. Prestidigitation.
Wasn't prestidigitation in action?
Uh, hey, look. Wait. It is an F. Yes, damn it.
Yep.
Okay.
So your bonus action and your main action you used and you moved. So you can stand right there and not get opportunity attack, or you can try. Oh, I also need a con save. And you or do you take
I'm being the paladin.
your what?
Being carried by paladin.
Well, you were, but you broke free from his.
I'm still letting him carry me.
Then you wouldn't have been able to attack the guy that you just took out.
Oh shit. Oh well. I was like attack as I step away.
You use your bonus action to attack and kill them. Action to prestidigitation. So you can take opportunity attack. Is that what you're doing? If
Take it up. Seconds, I believe.
alright, do you want to jump out the window, run through the fire, or run out another window?
Oh fuck that! I'm going through the window that's already broke.
Alright, so well, I can't really do opportunity attack this. Roll your out the window, but also don't forget the con save.
Oh yeah. I gotta sit.
Yep.
Versus. Okay.
Yep, you good.
Uh,
Yep. And roll your acrobatics to jump out the window. It goes 5, 15. Yeah.
you gotta look at my cheat code. Sure, I'm doing it right. Acrobatics. +5. I had it right. Bullshit.
Nope. You stay inside. You can
Well,
try again. You still got movement. Just imagine. So you're at 15 movement left.
yeah, he was out that fucking window and able to breathe.
Well, you can breathe now because you're at the window.
Oh, okay, that's better. That's better.
Mm-hmm.
I guess with my remaining 15 feet of movement, I get on the table that's right in front of the window.
Alright.
So I have the high ground in it.
Mm-hmm. So you're gonna stay where you're at then?
Yep, I'm gonna stay on top of the table in front of the window.
Alrighty. Let's see. So, I need to move. Does he drag her along? Does he non-lethal? Does he handcuff her? Does he run away? Does
You
he
let her go.
does he add to the fire? He drags her to the fire with him. Hold on, so that goes 5. Then it goes 15.
Resist.
And then he throws his shield and bars the window with it, adding to the fire.
Oh, this motherfucker.
Now it's barred 1 being dragged closer to the fire. Her turn.
Well, is he technically in combat with this person?
Yeah, they're still in combat. Just disadvantage on attacks.
Uh, well, my question to you is how wise do they look?
What?
How wise do you reckon they look?
The soldiers?
Oh yeah.
Mm, not really.
Alright. Well,
I mean, you would think they'd be smarter and not add to the fire, but it's like,
let's try a charm person on the one who's dragging this bard to the flame with a hey please no I'm not a witch, please no I'm not a witch, you don't have to do this. That is a wisdom save. You have advantage because we are in combat with each other.
whoa! He is focused on the fire.
Oh no.
Double twos.
Well, he failed his wisdom save.
Yep.
He can just do his fire stuff and let her go. She is going to stand up and cut her bonds.
Well, you weren't tied, but you have advantage on becoming free. If
Alright,
you,
she would like to go free from that.
yep. Um, try to. Already.
Woo! That's pretty. That, for you folks who got it, that was a 1 on the first dice and a natural 20 on the other.
Alright, so. Yep.
And then she flees.
Okay. Which is she gonna go? Around the building, or is she gonna go to the middle of the street?
She is going to go to the other side of the street.
Yep. So on the side of the street. So 5, 10, and then she pretty much just goes 15. Alrighty.
She's probably gonna make it to the street itself.
If she already went the street, she would be. Let's see. 5, 10, 15, 20. And then you'll go 10, she'll be in the middle of the street. Alright, so bar 2, child. She, behind her is a soldier.
Alright. Well, if it worked on the other one, it could work on that one. Charm person?
Okie dokie, what are you telling them?
Hey, you really don't have to like be all hostile towards us, you know? Because I'm pretty sure we just saw somebody like get raped over there.
You just, you just turn around and see it didn't work.
Damn. This guard's a hard ass.
Mm-hmm. Everyone likes fire. Or attacking
Well,
the workforce.
let's go ahead and give this person an offhand stab.
Alright.
Not a D30, D20, please.
Nope.
Nope. Okay, that's a miss.
And that's the end of their turn.
With that, this board is going to regroup
She'll
with
take,
the other one who got free.
she'll take opportunity attack.
Just the one, though.
Alright. Okie dokie. Plus 3. Ooh, natural 20.
Hold
Yeah.
up. Part 2, correct?
Yep, bar 2.
Blade Ward is still up.
20. Yeah, for bludgeoning, not for piercing.
Well,
Let's see. 26.
that would be
7 damage, making her bloody.
very. She is very very bloody, but
Yes.
running away out of the street.
And she is 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. She's once. Alright, she's literally exactly in the middle of the street. Is
Yep.
her turn? In this car, we will.
Fill up the flame.
Let's see. Yeah, fire. Is he going for the fire? Yes, he is. Is he gonna take opportunity attack? No. So he's just going to throw his shield in. Yep. So he watches, he throws the shield inside the building.
Riot.
I can't say it's a riot, I think. It's more, like, remember, the owner's a female, and the males are, uh,
Oh my god, we just started a fucking male on female revolution. Oh my god.
but, R3 is pointing out the window, laughing. It's her turn, their turn, their turn.
Alright, well, they, let's see. They're going to be the one that stabbed their friend, their dear brother from another mother.
Okay, so they're gonna go up 5, 10, 15. And what do I have to roll?
Alright, that is wisdom saving throw. Vicious mark.
Okie dokie. So disadvantage and roll damage.
Oi. 6.
Yeah, I got a question. So that barn boy, your other son, he died in the barn, right?
He died.
I cast a spell because it hadn't gone to round to the round in his turn yet. I brought him back.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I was about to say, I heard the dying. I'm about to bring him back too.
No, it's all good. Is that the end of their turn?
I mean, with Vicious Mockery, there's no enemies in their immediate area, right?
No, because you threw your dagger inside the building.
Right.
Yep. So the only
And
thing you can do is punch the.
no
You can either
yeah,
punch.
right.
Hold on. So you can either punch the noble before he gets away, or you could attack the man that threw a shield in, or with your punch, or you can just not do anything.
Wait, that man who just threw his shield in, does he have a spear?
He has a spear. He just threw a shield in.
Alright,
Or are you gonna attack him?
fuck the gnome.
Alright, so roll attack. Offhand. And if you succeed, you automatically do 1 damage. No, you don't.
Said I punched at the noble, though.
Oh, at the noble, okay. Um, so it's 5, 10, 15. Alright, so you cut them off in front of the road. Alrighty. Is that the end of their turn?
Yep.
Alrighty. Now it is the cleric's turn. As the NPC cleric is watching as the old man is coughing. The owner of the bar's really ticked off, and the building is still on fire.
I'm about to get asshole again. He's about to be a real piece of shit.
So what are you gonna do?
Uh, he's gonna throw another alchemist fire flask and
All right.
yo, this is OT.
You know y'all are getting one of posters after this. Just to let y'all know.
Oh, fuck yeah. We're gonna have to go to the very next town.
Roll.
Oh
You,
no,
wh-
fuck that, bro. We're staying here. We're taking over. That's it.
where are you throwing the alchemist? Are you throwing it at someone or throwing it? It doesn't really matter.
On it. Old man is gonna get some bad action.
Alright, so roll the attack him. Roll. Yep, at advantage. And if you. And you're also rolling to hit Gar. And you're also gonna hit Paladin. And everyone else. Well, come on.
Yeah, bro. So please no.
Now he's throwing it. We're gonna see it. No.
No,
Roll.
please don't.
Roll. He's going.
Uh,
Oh, so. Gar, I'm pretty sure 7 don't hit you. So it just hits, the old man. And so roll, was it a d4 in there? So he takes 3.
oh, okay.
Yep. So Gar, you don't take no damage. But you just watch as the building just poof like gasoline.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna say as a free action, you should probably leave. You don't worry about us. We'll be fine. We'll just walk out the front door like always. If anything, we'll just go through a wall. And he just like sits back at the bar. He opens the bar top and he moves towards one of the windows.
At the end of your turn. Window.
That's fire blast. This is movement. I don't think there's anybody next to him. Is there?
No, unless you know. No, I really know.
So then, yeah, he's gonna use his. Yeah, he's gonna just full movement to get to the
Oh,
window.
well, he doesn't need full movement. He just needs 10, 15 movement to get to the window.
Alright, cool. So you got to use 15 to get to the window.
Now you're stepping it. You're stepping in the fire now. Make a dex save.
Dex, what is Dex I have? That's plus. Is it? I don't remember.
The cleric is +1.
Okay.
Alright, so they
So,
pass. So 2 damage. So what else are you doing after that?
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure it's possible with the old man.
Alright.
I just look like that old man. You
Yeah.
know?
Roll advantage. As long as you hit, you kill him.
Ah, right.
Yep. So you kill him. Yeah, your modifier kills him. Right.
So this is what happened. Alright, so since you're standing close to this old man, Garfield, you just see an arrow hit the guy in the face and it pins him to the wall.
One of those half.
You look at the crossbow, it's only a metal. Like, it's not even an arrow. It's just a spike of iron.
Is that the end of their turn?
Yeah, that's the end of his turn, yeah.
Alright, now it's your turn. You have the guard in front of you. He threw his shield to your left, trying to add to the fire.
Uh, hmm,
To your left. Yeah, to your left.
my left. There's a guy to my left adding to the fire. So is his back turned to me, or is he?
Yeah, no, his back's turned to you. He's blocking the way for the paladin.
Can I just kick him into the fire?
You can always try. So you're doing shove, right? Alright, so roll your athletics. Athletic.
Roll my.
Yeah.
Alright. Get your ass. Yeah, bitch. Athletics.
Alright.
Ooh. Oh my god. Oh. I got another bad 20, son.
Yeah, but it don't really add nothing for the benefit.
Oh, to the fire. That's the.
Yeah,
I just as a free action, as I do that, I'm like, get your ass in, pop, hit right in the ass, into the fire.
yeah, it's going inside. Yeah. Is that the end of your turn, or do you proceed to the noble?
I'm gonna just walk out the front door. If I have
You're
an
already out the
opening,
door. You're out the door. That's what I'm saying.
oh yeah, I'll walk out the door. Fuck it.
You're already out the door. The noble is 5 feet from you to your right.
Oh
Or
yeah, he's 5 feet from me. Huh?
or you can go 10, 15 feet and you can attack a guard.
But you said the noble.
It's 5. Like you have to move one tile 5 feet.
I'm gonna move. I'm gonna move up to him in his face, and then I'm just gonna grab him and hold him.
Do you have 2 attacks?
Huh?
Do you have 2 attacks?
I do. Yes.
Alright, so roll your grapple. So it's athletics again.
20 plus. Oh,
Alright,
oh my god.
always grapple.
Keep. I'm just saying. I'm gonna say it's a free action for him. Not saying you ain't going nowhere. You're gonna explain to me why you decided to be a dickhead today, and then I have my turn there.
Okay. Paladin's turn. What does he do? Does he attack the man that's next to him that get pushed into the burning building?
Oh, the paladin?
Yes. Or does he come and help you?
He's going to walk outside and watch my back.
Alright.
So if that back tries to run out and try to hit somebody, he'll be there.
Alright, then opportunity attack. That hits CP.
Wait, he's opportunity attacking the paladin?
Yeah, if he goes right past him, that's what's happening. So he takes 4 piercing as he goes out the door.
Okay, that's cute.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's gonna be that. Until, well, actually, okay. Once he walks out the door,
Uh-huh.
he's barricading it closed, straight up.
We can't barricade it. There's nothing really around to barricade it.
The door's there, right?
The door's there, but again, there's windows all open and busted.
Okay, that's cool. I'm still gonna lock the front door.
You can't lock the door. You don't have the key.
And I have I have chains
Yeah.
from the I took off. Just wrap it around the door.
All
I
right.
see it.
All right. So
Yeah, he's not.
roll sleight of hand.
And yeah, see what happens.
Yep.
1, 2, 3. Close. Oh yes, my sleight of hand is so nice. Oh yes, my friend. Oh yes. But it's only two, bitch.
Alright.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Yo,
Is that the end of his turn?
that
Yep.
baby. Yo.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's the 18. 18, sleight of hand to lock that door with them chains.
Yep. Alright.
But that little bastard not coming out. And any of the other soldiers, they come out, they're gonna be badly burned. That's it.
Yeah. So you watch the noble smirks. And tries to stab at you at a 13.
That misses.
And you need to try again. So
17
11
still.
minutes. What?
Yeah, that misses as well. Yes.
Yep. And then it's the card turn. So,
I'm gonna just be like, that was really cute. What, temper tantrum? Aw, that's adorable.
15, 20, 25, 30,
Adorable.
and then throws a spear. Let's see. So you watch as a spear comes hitting at you at an 18.
Yeah, that match.
Alright, so you take one, taking 2 damage,
Okay.
and then roll both you and Garfield roll a uh, a d4. Alright, and then roll another d4. And oh. Alright, so 2 is gone. So let me get this one down. Let's see. And 4. You declare. So you watch or you hear a big cling across the cleric's head, and a cling across the gentleman that's one of the guards. We're on top of that. Alcohol. Taking. So he watches the cleric, or the bard sees as the Warforged cleric just falls down into the fire.
What?
Yeah. He gets a glass shattered across his head, and alcohol splatters across the floor, catching him on fire and killing him.
Just one of the characters dead?
No, it's NPC cleric.
Ah, that one's dead. Oh well.
Okay.
So
Actually, I could come back in there, can't spare the dying, but it's just too much work at this point.
it's not too much fun. Alright, so with the top of initiative and the Warforged down. Garfield, turn. Roll
Alright.
the con save, and if you pass, roll the deck save. If you fail, you still roll the deck save.
And I roll another. Oh.
So con save for the environmental heat, vision obscurity, the uh,
Con save is a con save is a 13.
is that what you're okay? We are gonna go. All right. So with that, you're done for a round, and
Oh,
yep, and then so with that means, oh, that's not too bad. So you'll be taking a point of fire damage, and because of that,
oh.
uh, that's the end of your turn. As you're
Yo.
coughing, let's see, he's dead. Let's see. Let me roll something for the guard's turn. He guard outside the window. He dies. Let's see. Do, 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 do. Um, the bar children are still running away? Question mark. Guard, like they're keeping their distance.
Yeah, they're still chasing the one who is being grappled. The other one's still trying to break free from the grapple, and the two are chasing after the one who's the one who's been grappled.
So they're all going right there.
You know,
All right.
gonna be a big old cluster.
Let's see. After which the guard next to them decides to punch or stab, I should say. The child on the top. Is going to try to stab him. Uh, and the bar.
That is a miss.
Well, not you. The bar child's a hit. Where he's,
Oh, yeah, the
yeah,
bard kid's at the head on the bard kid.
yeah. So this is. Ooh, max damage.
That hurt.
Let's see. So you watch as the child goes down. What's not doing it?
Oh, my bastard. Oh, well, I have two more.
After which, after they stab two more, so evil. Uh, let's see. Mm, okay, bar child. You have a. Let's see. So the. So this child right here. What would you like them to do? Oh, you're attacking, or are you healing?
That was the death save from the one who went unconscious.
Oh, well, they were on top of the Anish. They were above the.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. Well, this one is going to grapple grapple the one who's grappling the child.
Oh, but the child already broke free, so it's vindication is holding the nobleman's by looking dude.
Yes, and or this other guard is going to tackle one
Unicorn.
of the ones that had, I believe it's.
Let me zoom in.
Let's see here. Let's see here.
Zoom in, zoom in.
Do,
Alright, so
that one really needs to escape.
this child right here is the one that's free under initiative. These two went over to
Alright.
here. This one can either help heal the sibling, grapple, or do nothing, or run away.
I believe it's going to take a step up and get a flanking bonus. And since it just stabbed, it just got stabbed by its sister. It's going to let out a scream of fury and stab it with a rapier.
Alright,
Flanking!
here, I got it, I got it.
Alright.
Um, natural 20, and then roll the rapier, which, there's no extra modifier. So 5?
Yep.
Yeah. 5 damage. And then it's... Okay, and it's at the end of their turn.
Yep.
Alright, so as your character is coughing and trying to withstand the heat and the blaze, you begin to hear popping and crinkling and stuff, which means you're pretty confident the Warforge is dead on the one inside the building.
Oh.
After which, it's Vindication's turn, but he stated that, well, he texted me and told me he wanted to wait until Garfield makes it out of the building. And then the Paladin is standing, the Warforged Cleric NPC is going to stab inside the door at the soldier. Is the best it can. Which is a miss. And then the robot, or I should say Warforged, the Paladin is going to tell Garfield character that the heat is getting too uncomfortable for even my liking, and maybe we should just abandon the circumstance and walk back, taking opportunity attack. Rolls. And go here. Six. Give me 1 second. I'll just delete it. Where is it? 6. Flying into a direction. let's go. What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, D8. Selecting the 1, and you watch as the gentleman's spear gets stuck in the wall. The guard's spear. After which, is the nobleman, gentleman. He's going to use his opportunity to try to break free. Which is, let's see, yes, 7 versus vindication on, let's see, which vindication's character succeeds with a 23, and the spy is going to try again. With the spy successfully uh, slipping down from his grip and trying to run away, giving vindication and 2 of the bar children opportunity attack if they wish to. Garfield?
In Grimm's character, in Vindication's character, would definitely opportunity attack him.
But does the would your character want to? The NPC.
I believe one of the kids would, but not me.
Yeah, but I mean, you have 2 children. Do they both want to take that? Would they want to take that opportunity?
They would both try to grapple him.
But they're gonna both swing at him. Alright. I think they both. One child misses as the second child horribly misses.
You failed me, son.
And their rapier, as it begins trying to, well, as it pokes at the nobleman, their rapier just, hear it, bing, breaks into 2. And so now it's like a toothpick in one hand. What?
Oh, okay then.
That's funny for me.
Alright, broken rapier.
Yes.
Noted.
Yes, this is funny. Funny, not funny. Let's see.
The bard is going to spend a free action to say, well, this has never happened before. I swear.
Vindication's attack would succeed. On hitting. Let's see. Just damage to the spy. Having them turn bloody. And the spy begins running down the road and telling everyone that they have set the place on fire. They must be heathens sent from somewhere. And then you just 15, 20, 25, 30. And this cunning action. So then they leave the map and they're out of combat.
Oh,
After that is the guard's turn, standing in the doorway, and he just throws, hold on. So as the heat and everything gets closer and closer, he successfully has his save and just walks around the door to his friend and then begins grabbing his gear and throwing it through the window, trying to make the fire more potent. So
keeps building to this fire. I swear he worships flame at this point.
you never know. Which is back to the top initiative, but you're the only one who's in the building. So it, roll the con save and deck save, and also taking 3 damage from debris. Come on, con save, Gar.
Con save. Let's go. There it is. Yes, that's
No. No.
He's going to leave.
You just this is two 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 failures to your con. So we'll just say it's like 1 level of exhaustion is the effect, and you're just coughing and just
Inhalation.
yeah, smoke inhalation, and then you're gonna take. Man, this is where you need your friends to save you and pull you out the window. 2 fire damage, and
Ow.
then your children. Are you going to tell your children to come save? Like, so playing as a child.
I'm going to tell my children as a free action as I step out and spend my full turn patting myself out,
Well, you failed.
coughing.
What I meant is like you failed. So you're just like Tosha's hideous laughter. So you're like stunned.
Coughing. In my coughing fit, I'll tell them to help the townspeople put out the flame.
So roll a persuasion with a -5
Alright.
to see if you're a coughing fit. Coughing fit is more.
And And it's a persuasion check at -5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So whatever your persuasion is, and then add your modifier, and then subtract 5 from your
All right. All right.
coughing fit.
Uh,
Ooh.
sure.
Yeah, you're more coughing than even getting any words out, so it's like fire.
Yeah.
And then it's just like, yeah. I'd imagine your character would just fall prone, just trying to get as low as he can and barely holding himself. But your child here, would you want them to take opportunity attack and try to save you, or attack the guard in front of them?
They should heal the one that's down.
Um,
So they're going to use their full action to stabilize them and keep them from actively dying.
so,
Uh,
you want them to roll medicine check?
Yo, medicine.
Oof. No.
Well, they're probably dead.
Oh,
Oh well.
we,
God hates me.
oh my gosh, the dice tonight. Then it is the guard's turn. That is in front of the child. Let's see. It goes 1, 2, 3. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're gonna watch as we give the paladin Warforged opportunity attack as he steps around trying to stab Vindication's character.
6.
Oof, my gosh. Everyone is rolling natural ones. Oh, it was
Boy, this is
success!
wonderful.
It was success. Oh, yes, it is.
Oh. For those of you watching,
Yes.
that's a nat 1, a 97 on the D100. Ooh.
Yes. Wait. Let's see. Vindication's AC. And then he's going to take.
That will hit his AC 16.
Yeah. 6 damage. As he gets a spear launched into one of his joints. After that is Bar Child 3. What would you like them to do?
Well, obviously heal the one that's down.
Alright.
They're actually going to spend a spell.
So they're gonna cast Cure Wounds and
I was thinking healing word.
oh, yeah.
Because it's a bonus action and it will let them use their action and movement to move and basically surrender. I told them to try to do something and I just said fire, so they don't know what to do.
Mm-hmm. So he watches one of your children does their best on healing. 1. And then they surrender. The Glenn's Vindication's character is going to turn and proceed to try to stab the gentleman that stabbed him successfully. Doing 7 damage. Taking the guard out. Then let's see, Vindication would. Let's see. Vindication's character will step around and stop at the next guard. Let's see. Let's see. Nope, he doesn't. So that'd be the end of his turn. Warforged Paladin. Let's see. We can go 5, 10, 15, 20. No, 5, 10. Yeah, it has to go straight. 5, 10, 9, 10, 15, 25. Reaches down to grab Garfield character. This Garfield willingly accepts a random individual touching them, or do I have to roll contestant?
What is it my bard's turn?
No, but add a character. The paladin NPC's trying to save you, and character you're too you won't know on the fact is it's too hard to see, and you're in a coughing fit.
Alright.
So do you willingly accept, or do you want to roll to see if you willingly accept?
That's good. Let me flip a gold dollar. Come on, heads I accept, tails I don't. Alright.
Alright, so what will happen is you'll back 1 and push your ass out the damn door. And spy keeps moving, or yeah. After that, it's back to the top of initiative. The Warforged Paladin will take some damage. And after that, it is your turn, Garfield.
Coughing fit, and then looks he's going to shake his head around. See that he's now outside of the burning building.
On fire.
And I'm still on fire, okay.
Your action to take it out.
No, my full action, take it out. I look over to my kids, and I tell them,
Well, dex save.
do not hurt his head.
Dex save first.
Dang, this guy's on kids. He puts his hand above his head, and his hands behind his head, and he walks over to his children and sits down beside them.
Roll dex save real quick for the fire.
Okay.
Anything above a 10.
Yes. For those of you listening that haven't been paying attention, this cat.
Hold on. You cut it out after paying attention? I was saying when you were saying if you weren't paying attention, then you cut it out.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get these sensitivity settings right.
Yeah. And take 4 damage. Take 4 damage.
No.
So your character's still on fire as they walk over to their children and sit down.
Still on fire.
Yes.
He's just gonna sit there with his hands behind his head, and just wait for the officers to respond as they do.
Alright, so Bar Child's going to attempt to uh catch you out. Fail. The guard's turn. He's going to take the opportunity to try to run. Seeing that the Warforged walk straight up to him. And Vindication will take that opportunity to hurt them. As they proceed to keep walking away. So, 15, 20, 25, 30. Bard Child 2. They want them to also try to take you out?
Oh,
Yeah, like the fire. Or do you want them to just...
absolutely. Yes, because if I die, they don't get their inheritance.
So they're going to walk out of the street and come back to your character. And successfully pat you out, and then they tell you, Dad, why do you look like a toasted marshmallow? And then Vindication's character would take the opportunity to run over to the guard, seeing that they're still there, and try to attack them. Failing. With a 10 on their roll. Uh, the Warforged Paladin walks out to the burning building. Like it was nothing. Let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And throw a spear at the guard. Failing. Man, everyone's failing right now. After that, it's back to top of initiative. Do you want to proceed to chase after the guard, or do you want to just let him go? Garfield. You're muted.
It's a really hard choice. Fuck it. I don't get.
Fucking what? Let him go? Okay, roll a persuasion to tell your comrades. Just tell them it's not worth it. Alrighty. Rolling 11. Man,
Oh, nice.
you're a bar. Oh! Well, you succeed on that. Alright, so as that occurs, we'll just say combat is over. And more and more NPCs and individuals begin trying to come up to the tavern and bringing buckets and buckets of water, trying to take the fire out. What do y'all do?
Well, obviously, since our friends helped set the fire, we have to put the fire out. I look at my band of magic casters, and I roll up my sleeves, and I say, kids, do you remember the first magic spell Daddy ever taught you? Prestidigitation, so you could clean your own. Oh, did you kids also know you could put out flames? Quickly, everybody, all at once now.
So after a couple hours, the fires died down. You know, a couple spots are still smoking and stuff, but it's under control now. And the tavern owner would walk up to the one of the warforges. To Vindication's warforge specifically, and just slap the tavern owner would slap him in the face. Successfully. Uh, and as that happens, the lady bartender owner dusts herself off and like tries to wipe her cheek off and says, "Who's paying for this?" And as it,
Bard in his pocket. He'll look at the coins he'd gathered up from the nights playing. They hadn't even really started playing yet. He looks over at the Warforged who had run off. He looks back at his kids and himself, and he hangs his head and he goes, "Ah, shit." He raises his hand. That would be us. That would be us. We will pay for it. We will work it off.
so she would hand you a long ass piece of paper that feels like it's going forever. And then I would imagine you would start just skipping to the end. And you would see a gold value of 3,632 pieces. Then it has two numbers broken down. One is 3,132 for damages, and 500 for fine slash profits that the bartender's making off of y'all.
Yo, makes sense. Well, it's a thing we all know disguise self. Yeah.
So do you plan on staying in town to do
Oh,
it?
yeah, that's right. We gotta help with the repairs. My kids are literally going to be slave driven by me in an effort to help get this place back in order.
So you and Vindication will spend a week's downtime trying to accumulate some profit and rest, and then the tavern owner, she would look to you smirk, and then she would tell you what's the name, what's the name, what's the name. Hold on. She would tell you Molly. Hold on. Is it Molly? Molly? Careful. Did you hear me? Garfield.
Yes.
She'll tell you Mahi Dreamtale. Is that how you say her name? M-A-E? May? Or no, May. May Dreamtale. Mine. She'll tell you, so she'll clean her voice. So, my dream tone. Tell her that you will be staying in town and taking responsibility of paying the dues. And she should have a place for y'all. And if I hear that y'all didn't go, well, you know. And then she'll be like, just pointing at wanted posters of goblin faces all over them throughout the town. Like, y'all's face will be the new poster in town. And y'all think the goblins were.
Right. And as he does so, this old salty bard is gonna walk up to her, and she's like pointing at the wanted poster. He'll lovingly take her finger in his hand like a gentleman, and bring it to his lips and kiss it, and says, "Ma'am, I am a man of my word, and a man of honor, and a man of the sword. I can tell you that you can be rest assured that my children will work their fingers to the bone for you.
Roll persuasion.
Perhaps we can find some mutual lights that we can discuss later."
Roll persuasion on how fancy your discussion is.
All right. Yes.
He's trying to be fancy fancy. Yeah, it's decent. She believes you. Smiles.
He and sends it to his oldest son. We're leaving town fucking tonight.
Asshole. So, that's it then. So we're wrapping it up with,
The band of bards fleeing.
fleeing great. Like, yeah. Alright. Is there anything you want to end with?
I believe that with this band of fleeing bards and the band of warforges staying in town still wanted, and us wanted, I believe that our band of bards into another adventure along the way.
Alrighty. Thank you very much. Hope to see y'all again.
You know,